She can even wear a dress. That doesn't ever mean she'll confess. She's mom's little monster. She's mommy's little monster. She's mommy's little. They turn the lights down low, in shadows hiding from the world, only coming out when it gets cold. The seas part when they hit the floor, the voices carry on out the door, and everything you touch turns into gold. Like the angel you are, you laugh, creating a lightness in my chest. Your eyes, they penetrate me. Catch what I got up and left. Beating heart and a microphone, a ticking clock in an empty home. Still tens of these times so long ago. Even though I've come so far, I know I've got so far to go. And every day now I'll explode. Oh. Like the angel you are, you laugh, creating a lightness in my chest. Your eyes, they penetrate me. Your answer's always maybe. That's what I got up and left. Each and every day will lead into tomorrow. Tomorrow brings one less day without you. But don't wait up, just leave the light on, because all the roads that I might take will all day one lead to you. Back to you. And like the angel you are, you laugh, creating a lightness in my chest. Your eyes, they penetrate me. Everything's finished. That's when I got up and left. Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone's having a nice Monday, doing well the usual. Hello, chat. I'm back. Hope you had a nice weekend, Friday night. Uh, I'm back. Hope everything's good. Bog dog, you know the drill. Hello, chat. I had a great weekend. I'm feeling refreshed. I'm here. I mean, what else is there to say? I'm here. Like frog log. Oh, bog dog frog log. Okay. Look, I I feel particularly refreshed because I got to do some things last weekend that I've not done for a while, and that is sit my ass down and learn. And I love that shit. Um, I wanted to do today. I have been doing these Cal Lady lectures recently, and it's been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed not just like talking about it on stream, but also like rereading the stuff and refreshing refreshing myself on it. I was gonna guess short hold up a short Italian by the armpits. I mean, I did that on Thursday, but only for a minute. But I was talking more about theory. But good snipe regardless. You know, also semi-related, uh I've realized Rocket is a big she is a big kisser. She loves either licking me or my roommate now. As she's gotten settled in, she is a huge kisser. It's funny. She's not a huge like cuddler, but she will when I walk around the living room, she will attempt to claw my feet so that she can grab onto them and start kissing my feet or licking my feet. Another weird thing she's gotten herself into. I mentioned this when we first got her, but Rocket keeps like she waits until me or my roommate are done showering and she will go in the shower and try to lick up the water there. And it's not that she has no access to water. She has plenty access to water all the time. But for some reason she's just constantly on the hunt for the bath water. That's what I thought. I was like, "Oh, maybe like I don't give her enough water." But no, it's not even that. I'm not joking. I even put like bowls of water from the entrance of the door to the shower. Like I added a bit of water on the way just to be like, look, you need water, right? Here's a lot of water. And she's like, no, I want the bath water. Rocket's a pervert, just like her owner. No, I'm not. No. I mean, she is a little freaky, but whatever. It's water that smells like her humans. I guess that's true. I didn't really think about it like that. I was just like, what's with this ferret always hunting for the water? It's cute. Let's move over here. Let's be adults. Uh hello. Why I guess that's better. Um hello. Uh thoughts on not on defending champs Florida not making it to the Sweet 16. Oh, Florida? I mean, I expected that to happen. I mean, the more I've learned about uh the more I've learned about Florida as I've gotten more into sports, the more I've realized it's not really like Florida as a being transcends just politics or like vibes, right? It's like consistently the Florida soldier is identical no matter what, like politics, sports, arts, whatever, right? It's impossible. I realize this. The Albertan hogs, even they don't do this, right? Like, even the Albertan hogs, when it comes to sports, you'll see the most hogged up dudes sound like a lib. You know what I mean? It never happens when I look at Florida. Maybe that's how Ron DeSantis spawned, right? Maybe that's how he spawned in, like Tibia or Shabal, you know? Maybe there were a certain amount of like demons killed in the underworld, and then the sixth what is it, 666 demon was slaughtered, Norshabal spawned. I thought she called him Iran DeSantis. Why would I call him Iran DeSantis? That's not even applicable. Janemba governor. Yes. Janemba governor. All right. Well, before we start here, I'm going to give you guys some lecturing background here, okay? What we're going through today is a pamphlet that Lenin made in 1918. And the thing about this pamphlet that I think if I had to get the average person into politics with a Lenin pamphlet, it would actually be this one. And it's not because like he says something like specifically that just like grabs you, right? It's not like that. The reason why I think it's great, he hates this one socialist named Karl Kautsky, right? Karl Kautsky, he fucking hates him. And you can just feel the contempt as he kind of talks about him and his ideas, to the point where, honestly, if I had to show you, like, if I had to show Lenin political discourse on YouTube, I would show him the blood sport of it all, right? And that's really what the average person likes out of a lot of politics. I mean, to be fully honest, there is a very consistent, I mean, that's how shit like Jubilee comes out of nowhere, right? Like, it's just the blood sport of it all. The blood sport for the blood sport, right? Now, let me tell you why this one in particular is so funny. Okay? The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kautsky. This was made. The thing about this that's so important, this is a document he made and wrote that was about it was about the concept surrounding the dictatorship of the proletariat, right? Like, if you understand when Marx says dictatorship of the proletariat, then, I mean, both, if you don't know a lot about it and you know a lot about it, it on and of itself is kind of something that requires some distinction or information, right? Because I think if you think about it from uh a liberal republican, like, bourgeois democracy kind of approach, you are essentially you are going to not understand it, right? Inherently. That's just how it is. But even if you do understand it, I think this is a great pamphlet for educating other people as well. What's up, two arms folded? I'm gonna two arms fold. I did it, but that's it. We're gonna read how Kautsky turned Marx into a common liberal today. So let me give you some background. Kautsky makes a pamphlet himself. Again, I want to remind you guys, this is early Twitter beef, right? This is when two blogs start calling each other out, right? They start calling each other out all the time. Nowadays, we don't have this. We have two Twitter accounts that argue like this, and they both have millions of followers on their account. Kautsky essentially does a analysis of the implementation of the USSR one party state, right? Yes, it's why Kautsky is problematic, a thread. Perhaps by today, it would be a YouTube video, and it would be, the situation with Kautsky is crazy. So I'll give you a brief summary of what this pamphlet is. This is Ramoslav in the most ideological way, right? This is Ramoslav in the sense of, like, I mean, it's not even, I don't think. Like, it is drama slop, but I can't even think of a good way to define it by today. It's like It is literally two leftists, you know. I mean, Karl Kautsky, he's a little more. I'm gonna give you some background, okay? So Karl Kautsky, he's the leading theoretician of the Second International. The Second International is the main workers' force born out of the post-Marx period, essentially, right? Think of it like that. The Second International is essentially kind of bogged down with a lot of reformist thought. So what does this mean in particular? It's that while a lot of Marxist writers wrote about, say, the process of attaining communism and how to implement it through controlling the state, for example, through the dictatorship of the proletariat, Karl Kautsky comes from more of a line of we can reform it all away, right? Like we don't have to worry about the inner like kind of issues surrounding the structure. We can just think about it like, sure, things have been bad, but we can look at it and keep reforming without resorting to violence, right? That's their approach. By modern standards, he would be more identified as a social democrat, right? Like a liberal leaning sock dem. Yes, he was a sock dem. Now, understand that orthodox Marxist theory at this time is not necessarily the same as it becomes, right? He is very essentially, think of it more as a lot of the revolutionary ideals that Lenin talks about, Kautsky is at arms with. And this is not just Kautsky, this is a major shift in the kind of social democratic approach to politics for a long time. It is essentially where social democrat as we know it today gets its identifier, right? That they recognize the problems, but they may not want to do away with them, right? That's kind of how I would describe his analysis, right? So, Kautsky does a discussion about the implementation of the dictatorship of the proletariat in his pamphlet here, right? He talks about how doing a single party system is not democracy. Doing a uh, single party approach and not allowing democracy across the board uh, was inherently, like he says, it's living up to its name, essentially. That by incorporating the state as it is, think like China today, right? A one party state with the Communist Party. That is essentially the biggest issue. A lot of this is in reaction to the historical events where uh, the Bolsheviks essentially they took the reins of power and implemented their system of dictatorship of the proletariat. Um, so Kautsky, seeing this, fires back at the USSR, and he says, "Hey, you can't do that. That's not very Marxist of you. You're turning to the right, and I don't like that. Let's do some analysis of what Marx meant by the dictatorship of the proletariat, right? That's essentially where this all starts. So think of it as Kautsky is arguing for more of a democracy along the terms of what we would have today in like bourgeois democracies such as like, modern day republics, republican, democracies, right? That is essentially Karl Kautsky's aim, to summarize it. So, Lenin, a little bit of lore for you. Lenin reads this pamphlet and he's like heated. Like he's so mad. Literally, they write about Lenin, like the biographer that knew Lenin at the time wrote down that Lenin was so mad reading the pamphlet, he was literally burning. And I don't even know what that means. He was literally burning. Like I guess he got set ablaze from how angry he was. Is I guess the meaning. Yes, he was really angry. Is essentially what it means, right? Um. So let's go over the first bit here. This is the analysis uh surrounding it. Yes, he wanted a more gradual transitional revolution rather than a radical one. It is reformism, right? It's the reform within the system clashing against the revolutionary. Um, Mind you, what I will just say it like this is here's how I would put it. Karl Kautsky as a socialist figure is very relevant and very important in Western society until World War One. As soon as World War One hits, everyone's suddenly done with him. I will let you do with that what you think, okay? I'll let you think about that. Um, The fundamental question that Kautsky discusses in his pamphlet is that of the very essence of proletarian revolution, namely, the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is a question that is of the greatest importance for all countries, especially for the advanced ones, especially those at war, and especially at those in the present time. One may say without fear of exaggeration that this is the key problem for the entire proletarian class struggle. It is, therefore, necessary to pay particular attention to it. Pardon me, Kautsky formulates the question as follows: the contrast between the two socialist trends, i.e., the Bolsheviks and the non-Bolsheviks, right? So think of a more radical, revolutionary approach clashing against the, say, reformist work within the system approach, right? That was the leading theory at the time. You could basically just cut it down to, can we reform within the system against, should we turn to revolution if things do not change within the system, is essentially what this boils down to. Essentially, Kautsky is of the thought that by going to the people and loudly speaking to them, no matter what, you will always be able to change their thought process and the process. Hello? I'm back. Dude, they got me. They got me, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I'm back. Hello. Let me summarize. I didn't even keep going, but Kautsky basically formulates the idea that you can go to the people and you can talk to them and you can change their opinions off of that alone, right? Um I mean, really, that is Lenin's thought process too. It's more about the outcomes. That if you have a just reason to clash against the system, that you should be able to do that, right? You should be encouraged to fight against injustice, right? That's the approach, right? As opposed to like, we need to put more eyes on this, we need to do moderate reform within the system, we need to meet class struggle in the middle and just like kind of do away with these things at a very fair pace. You could essentially say uh it is a side that's dependent on implementing this theory clashing against a side that believes we could implement this theory through just doing bourgeois democracy, right? That's it. Mind you, again, 1915, it's a very different time, but just understand these two approaches of, you know, social democrats versus uh, communists, right? Let us point out in passing that when calling the non Bolsheviks in Russia, i.e., the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, socialists, Kautsky was guided by their name, that is, by a word, and not by the actual place they occupy in the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeois. What a wonderful understanding and application of Marxism, but more of this later. So this, when he says this is a little tied to what I was talking about last time when we discussed conversation. You can put socialist, you can put whatever in your name. I mean, the Nazis are a great example of this, right? National socialists. Just because they have socialist in their name does not mean that they try to attain socialist like gains or ideals, right? Lenin, by saying this, is saying Kautsky is not even looking at their output. He's looking purely at their names, their identifiers, right? The optics, if you will. And he is right to point out that even though they had increments or aspects of socialism that they aimed to achieve, usually like agrarian land reform, that was usually where their socialism ended, right? It it was more of a small scale reform, do this for now and we'll work on the next thing, right? It's just so it just so happens though that a lot of them tended to clash against, I mean, they were willing to do reform but not willing to fight against the other classes in the Duma. For the moment, we must deal with this main point, namely with Kautsky's great discovery of the fundamental contrast between democratic and dictatorial methods. Also, if you haven't done it yet, refresh the page. That is the crux of the matter. That is the essence of Kautsky's pamphlet. And that is such an awful theoretical muddle. An awful theoretical muddle. Such a complete renunciation of Marxism that Kautsky, it must be confessed, has far excelled Bernstein. Bernstein is a also relevant figure in the Second International. The Second International essentially rises out of the weakening of the Socialist Party in Germany at the time. The Socialist Party in Germany essentially renounces its revolutionary ideals and leans more towards reform. And Bernstein is essentially one of the figures that that aimed or supported a lot of this theoretical shift in theory, right? Or this theory shift. The question of the dictatorship of the proletariat is a question of the relation of the proletarian state to the bourgeois state, of proletarian democracy to bourgeois democracy. One would think this is as plain as a pikestaff, but Kautsky, like a schoolmaster who has become as dry as dust from quoting the same old textbooks on history, persistently turns his back on the 20th century and his face to the 18th century, and for the 100th time in a number of paragraphs, in an incredibly tedious fashion, choose the old cut over the relation of bourgeois democracy to absolutism and medievalism. It sounds just like he were chewing rags in his sleep. So, Kautsky, what do you like to do? I do this sometimes myself, but not necessarily in a class structure of addressing this theory. I use a lot of say what is the word? Not I point back to the Greek and Roman era quite a lot for social phenomena, right? Kautsky likes pointing out things like, say, we know that. I'll give you an example of Kautsky's example. By looking at medieval democracy, right, the state of democracy in the medieval era, we can come to the conclusion that capitalism as it is progress towards communism in the way that we want, in that we are attaining it just very, very slowly, right? That's essentially where Kautsky goes with it. It's by saying, look at the progress we've made between the 15th century and the absolute right of kings to capitalistic democracy. Kautsky ties this progression of democracy with capitalism as a sign of the success of communism, right? We know now already this is not the case. What Kautsky talks about is proven to be a failure, right? What he's talking about is essentially that by reforming within the system, we can make things work. The reason why he fell out of favor in 1915, as an example, is because he suggested reformation in the system. And then World War I and the resistance from a lot of people who did not want to participate in World War I ended up kind of alienating a lot of people because instead of being able to reform the system, you are suddenly being, ostracized. You're being oppressed. Eugene Debs is a great example of like a politician who was jailed for his anti-war belief, right? Um, so understand, like, even by the time we're talking about this, it's not really like it's still present and relevant, but it is much much weaker than it used to be, right? That is all. But this means he utterly fails to understand what is what. One cannot help smiling at Kotsky's effort to make it appear that there are people who preach contempt for democracy. He lists a quote for page 11 and so forth. That is the sort of twaddle Kotsky uses to befog and confuse the issue, for he talks like the liberals, speaking of democracy in general, and not of bourgeois democracy. He even avoids using this precise class term and instead tries to speak about pre-socialist democracy. This windbag devotes almost 1/3 of his pamphlet, 20 pages out of 63, to this twaddle, which is so agreeable to the bourgeoisie. For it is tantamount to embellishing bourgeois democracy and obscures the question of the proletarian revolution. So this is essentially a great example of how to put it. He is saying that he is using capitalist democracy, essentially saying, look at where we are today. Look at where we are today. We've made all this progress today, right? We've made all this progress today. Isn't it like, shouldn't we just keep doing what we're doing? Like, clearly there's not much of an issue here. Um, Again, I will let you be the decider on that one. But after all, the title of Kautsky's pamphlet is The Dictatorship of the Proletariat. Everyone knows that this is the very essence of Marx's doctrine. And after a lot of irrelevant twaddle, Kautsky was obliged to quote Marx's words on the dictatorship of the proletariat. One thing I will highlight just in case, because I don't think I have indicated this before, so maybe if you're not as familiar with Marxist theory, I'm going to explain it really quick. Bourgeois democracy is like, it is essentially to say the rulership of a class, right? It is to say there is a level of class you need in order to participate in this democracy, right? For example, if you live in North America or Western Europe, you are probably very familiar. Maybe you're not even familiar with this, but this is just an example. In order to be a politician in these countries, you usually need to have a sizable amount of money to actually be able to participate as a politician, right? It's either you need like sometimes a donation of like $25,000, or you need to just throw down $25,000 to, show you're serious about it, right? That sort of thing. It is about the class of it, right? It's the class. It's not about like how does it look to me? How does it optically appear? It's about how you can participate in it, right? By saying that essentially you cannot participate without having a sizable amount of wealth, you are saying there's only a level of democracy for the people that can afford to pay this, right? Your options outside of that is dealing with people who are maybe less uh who have the money and are willing to act as mediums for you. But it doesn't change that at the end of the day, you cannot directly engage with it, right? That's essentially the root of it. Sigh, she's just like Hutch now. That's not true. I'm reading. But the way in which the Marxist, did it was simply farcical. Listen to this. Hey, thanks for the resub, Meowmers. Thanks for the 27 months. Hello, Frog55 Go. I like your frog name. This view, which Kautsky dubs contempt for democracy, rests upon a single word of Karl Marx's. This is what Kautsky literally says on page 20. And on page 60, the same thing is repeated, even in the form that they, the Bolsheviks, opportunely recall the little word. That is literally what he says. Des Wurkens. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I'm not good at German. Wurkens. Wurkens. about the dictatorship of the proletariat, which Marx once used in 1875 in a letter. Here is Marx's little word. Between capitalist and communist society lies the period of revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. Corresponding to this is also a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. First of all, I guess I should explain, uh, just again, this is a little bit of a language thing. It's literally that Kotsky is pinpointing down to the word in German about what he says to refute it, right? Um, First of all, to call all this classical reasoning of Marx's, which sums up the whole of his revolutionary teaching, a single word and even a little word is an insult to and complete renunciation of Marxism. It must not be forgotten that Kotsky knows Marx almost by heart, and judging by all that he has written, he has in his desk or in his head a number of pigeonholes in which all that was ever written by Marx is most carefully filed so as to be ready at hand for quotation. Kotsky must know that both Marx and Engels, in their letters as well as their published works, repeatedly spoke about the dictatorship of the proletariat before and especially after the Paris Commune. Kotsky must know that the formula of the dictatorship of the proletariat is merely a more historically concrete and scientifically exact formulation of the proletariat smashing the state, about which both Marx and Engels, in summing up the experience of the revolutions of 1848, the springtime of peoples, and still more so of 1871, spoke for 50 years between 1852 and 1891. So, just a little backstory for this that's kind of important. The Paris Commune, as we see here, the Paris Commune is a short-lived, probably the first, I mean, it is the first socialist state, right? It's the first communist state. How it happens is a lot of workers essentially take up arms and they take control of Paris. However, when they do this, they do not really implement or use the systems that were left behind by the state. So what this kind of means is they took over the state, but they did not end up using or like filling out as much of a state apparatus or bureaucracy, right? There was not as full of a like there was like a form of a militia to defend itself, but like there wasn't really a state at the center that could protect everything that it was built out of, right? There was no central identity. It was a state that was essentially tried purely off of revolutionary theory of what if we renounce everything? What if we destroy everything? And then we can kind of build up like a commune, right? Hence the Paris Commune. The issue with this was that it ended up leading to the Paris Commune getting crushed almost like immediately. Like it lasts for a total of 2 to 3 months altogether. And a lot of the concept and theory surrounding the dictatorship of the proletariat is refined around the Paris Commune. That essentially you need to have a structure in place to defend the revolution if anything were to happen, right? So even just how what we're talking about right here has been tried and tested in a very famous example in history, right? It was tried and tested in an attempted implementation of socialist ideals without having the dedicated theory. Yes, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone lasted longer. Yes, it did. Just so you understand, like it's 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 where a lot of revolutionary thinking, especially from this time, comes from, right? There was an attempt to do a sort of democracy in the way that Kautsky was thinking of, right? That was there, but uh, it didn't work. It failed, in fact, quite horrifically, and that is where a lot of the you could argue some of the more authoritarian measures by today's democracy are implemented, right? Um, how is this monstrous distortion of Marxism by that Marxist pendant Kautsky to be explained? As far as the philosophical roots of this phenomena are concerned, it amounts to the substitution of eclecticism and sophistry for dialectics. Kautsky is a past master of this sort of substitution. Regarded from the point of view of practical politics, it amounts to subservience to the opportunists, that is, in the last analysis to the bourgeoisie. Since the outbreak of the war, Kautsky has made increasingly rapid progress in this art of being a Marxist in words and a lackey of the bourgeoisie in deeds, until he has become a virtuoso at it. One feels even more convinced of this when examining the remarkable way in which Kautsky interprets Marx's little word about the dictatorship of the proletariat. Listen to this. I love that he says, listen to this. Listen to this in a letter or in a pamphlet. Marx, unfortunately, neglected to show us in greater detail how he conceived of this dictatorship, ellipses, in parentheses. This is an utterly mendacious praise of a renegade, for Marx and Engels gave us, indeed, quite a number of most detailed indications which Kautsky, the Marxist pedant, has deliberately ignored. Literally, the word dictatorship means the abolition of democracy. But, of course, taken literally, this word also means the undivided rule of a single person unrestricted by any laws. An autocracy, which differs from despotism only insofar as it is not meant as a permanent state institution, but as a transient emergency measure, right? So what Kautsky's saying is, if we go to a dictatorship of the proletariat, are we not just doing another form of despotism, right? Are we not just doing autocracy all over again, right? We're doing, by implementing a communist party only, with that as the only form of party, we are doing a form of despotism, of becoming another Caesar, basically. Not the implementation of it as a medium for proletarian discussion and for proletariat uh, involvement, right? The term dictatorship of the proletariat, hence not the dictatorship of a single individual, but of a class ipso facto, precludes the possibility that Marx, in this connection, had in mind a dictatorship in the literal sense of the term. And yes, he's correct here. And this is a great way to put it, if a little nerdy. He's saying that this argument is inherently flawed because he's arguing against the dictatorship of the proletariat, right? The proletariat. It's a class, right? It's a class, and not the dictatorship of an individual. So already, like, this question, this approach, it 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 contradicts itself, right? It's not an individual or a person becoming king. It is a class, right? Are all liberal Democrats just take that Kautsky's definition to scare people? Yes, that's why I was like, this is very relevant today. It's still relevant. This is like 110 years old. Hey, thanks for the resub, Citrix. College isn't worth it if there isn't a Cal Lady gamer doing the lecture. That's what I'm always saying. But you can see here, this is something that is still used, that people say they hear dictatorship of the proletariat and they view it purely in a liberal democracy approach, right? The liberal democracy's like thought process. Dictatorship, I don't want a single person ruling over me. I don't want single individuals taking control of the reins of power over me. Why would I ever want that, right? That is like, it's still used today. He speaks here not of a form of government, but of a condition, which must necessarily arise wherever the proletariat has gained political power. That Marx, in this case, did not have a mind a form of government is proved by the fact that he was of the opinion that in Britain and America, the transition might take place peacefully, i.e., in a democratic way. We have deliberately quoted this argument in full so that the reader may clearly see the methods Kautsky, the theoretician, employs. Kautsky chose to approach the question in such a way as to begin with a definition of the word dictatorship. Very well. Everyone has a sacred right to approach a question in whatever way he pleases. You know, when an answer opens like this, someone's about to get cunty. One must only distinguish a serious and honest approach from a dishonest one. Anyone who wants to be serious in approaching the question in this way ought to give his own definition of the word. Then the question would be put fairly and squarely. But Kotsky does not do that. Literally, he writes, the word dictatorship means the abolition of democracy. Literally. In the first place, this is not a definition. If Kotsky wanted to avoid giving a definition of the concept dictatorship, why did he choose this particular approach to the question? Secondly, it is wrong. It's obviously wrong. It is natural for a liberal to speak of democracy in general, but a Marxist will never forget to ask for what class. Everyone knows, for instance, and Kotsky, the historian, knows it too, that rebellions, or even strong ferment, among the slaves in ancient times at once revealed the fact that the ancient state was essentially a dictatorship of the slave owners. Did this dictatorship abolish democracy among and for the slave owners? Everybody knows that it did not. And this is a banger example because when I think of like slave rebellions, I'm thinking like Spartacus, right? Like I'm thinking from that era. And what a lot of people don't even know about like the Spartacus rebellions, Spartacus stands out for one reason, right? It's that he's the closest the Roman state gets to actually having a slave revolt successfully happen. But it's actually the third war in a series of slave revolts. It's not the first, it's not the second, it's the third. It is called the Third Servile War, is actually the example. Yeah, we do have a dictatorship of the proletariat. It's true. Kotsky, the Marxist, has made this monstrously absurd and untrue statement because he forgot the class struggle. To transform Kotsky's liberal and false assertion to a Marxist and true one must say dictatorship does not necessarily mean the abolition of democracy for the class that exercises the dictatorship over other classes, but it does mean the abolition, or very material restriction, which is also a form of abolition, of democracy for the one class over which or against which the dictatorship is exercised. Right? I'm going to try to simplify this in case you're not familiar with what he's saying here. But essentially, what he's saying is there is not an oppression in the way that we think about it in like today's terms, in a Republican format, right? In a liberal democracy approach. It is that the attempts of implementing dictatorship in this time frame of liberal democracy, it ends up being the explicit like exploitation of like a specific class, right? It is exploitation of others, right? It is the exploitation in some of the without an awareness to class, but individualism, right? Of how can I exploit you for my gain, right? It's all on the individual level. That's why dictatorship of the proletariat activates the neurons that, oh, I'm scared. It's a dictatorship of somebody over me. But that's not necessarily what it means in actuality, right? There is a dictatorship in the case of like there are restrictions and regulations, right? If you consider regulations or restrictions against, say, gaining massive amounts of wealth, right? That is a dictatorship of the proletariat, right? That's a dictatorship against accruing wealth and, becoming a capitalist as a pure exploiter, right? So essentially, what he's saying is the abolition of or the implementation of regulations or restrictions to people being able to own things, have financial like monopolies and shit like that, that the dictatorship or the oppression is more about preventing exploitation of other individuals. Does that make sense? I can try to simplify this in another way if it does not. But basically, think of it like um, Trump is like a very loud, painful example of this today, right? He's a very loud example of just like who gives a fuck of who gives a fuck about like whoever here there, we're making money, it's good for us, woo, thumbs up, right? Like that's what we have now. If this was a dictatorship of the proletariat, it may end up showing in like, well, we don't want people to keep buying houses uh because then there's less to go around, and then there's a monopoly that they can, take out of this. And essentially what we're talking about for dictatorship of the proletariat in practical means is literally regulations against accruing rapid wealth. I can't employ children at my coal mine. I'm being oppressed by my dictatorial government. Yes, that is literally what they think. I'm not kidding. They still think that. They still think that today, dude. Don't That's how you know class politics, like there is still a like capitalist class consciousness that is still present, because come on, man. I've heard shit like that for years. Especially now, cuz you hear like those like freakish like tech bros, the tech bro libertarians that are like, it's literally communism when I have any form of regulation blocking me from experimenting on live children brains or some shit like that. You know what I mean? It is that. This is literally what he's talking about. But however true this assertion may be, it does not give a definition of dictatorship. Let us examine Kautsky's next sentence. But of course, taken literally, this word also means the undivided rule of a single person, unrestricted by any laws. I love this one. Like a blind puppy sniffing at random first in one direction, then in another. Kautsky accidentally stumbled upon one true idea, namely that dictatorship is a rule unrestricted by any laws. Nevertheless, he failed to give a definition of dictatorship, and moreover, he made an obvious historical blunder, namely that dictatorship means the rule of a single person. This is even grammatically incorrect, since dictatorship may also be exercised by a handful of persons, by an oligarchy, or by a class, etc. And he's right. The triumvirate in like Greece, in Rome, is a great example. I love this because it is him like, he is actually beating Kautsky's ass with historical examples without even really directly pointing to them. It's kind of sick. Very smarmy fella. Kautsky then goes on to point out the difference between dictatorship and despotism, but although what he says is obviously incorrect, we shall not dwell upon it, as it is wholly irrelevant to the question that interests us. And he's right. Again, once again, the way that despotism is implemented in the way of how we think about medieval era, like politics, is not the same as the dictatorship of a class in modern days terms, right? Um, it is, it's not even closely comparable, right? But he is essentially trying to say that again, dictatorship of the proletariat equals you are just a king. And that's it. Everyone knows Kautsky's inclination to turn from the 20th century to the 18th, and from the 18th century to classical antiquity, and we hope that the German proletariat, after it has attained its dictatorship, will bear this inclination of his in mind and appoint him, say, teacher of ancient history at some gymnasium. To try to evade a definition of the dictatorship of the proletariat by philosophizing about despotism is either crass stupidity or very clumsy trickery. As a result, we find that having undertaken yes, gym teachers back then were teaching history, basically. That is where it's come from, basically. Yes. Um As a result, we find that having undertaken to discuss the dictatorship, Kautsky rattled off a great deal of manifest lies, but has given no definition. Yet, instead of relying on his mental faculties, he could have used his memory to extract from pigeonholes all those instances in which Marx speaks of dictatorship. Had he done so, he would have certainly have either arrived at the following definition or at one in substance coinciding with it. Dictatorship is rule based directly upon force and unrestricted by any laws. The revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat is rule one and maintained by the use of violence by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, rule that is unrestricted by any laws. So here again is an example. He's discussing it from the implementation of the state, right? The implementation of the state. So think of it how in today's terms, you have a lot of stuff that may fall under like rules and laws and issues that fall out of them. For example, you may think of, say, a law about what is it? This is essentially arguing about using laws, using the threat of laws. So think of it like how much shit people can get in for, say, breaking a window, right? We talked a lot about those rallies and protests last time that had violence or random like damage to property, right? Doing when you are in power and able to control these laws and like choose what is to be a law, what is to be a offense, this is essentially what he's talking about, right? It could be that in a dictatorship of the proletariat, it's, I mean, this is, let's do a China example, right? In China, being exploitative of the average person in terms of like businesses or in terms of like, say, I mean, really exploitation, lying about your income, like a lot of stuff relating to business breaking laws, right? Like breaking laws as an owner of a business. These are things that are not as treated harshly in North America, as an example, right? Like, say, a business in the West lies about its worth or how much it's worth. They may say that, oh, you lied, but it's not really like it's not a big deal, right? Like it's not a huge deal. It's we'll just try to be better. Don't like I'll let you off with a warning, right? Like that's a great example. Oh, or like landlord rights, right? Like landlord rights is a great example too. Uh there may be very low rights for people who are living in apartments. Like you may not have your landlord may be able to come over and throw you out whenever he wants, right? Like that sort of thing. Whereas in a place with a revolutionary or a dictatorship of the proletariat, it may be that doing even slight kind of like infringing on people's comfort or rights or anything like that is extremely punishable and would not be allowed in any capacity. This is like a great example of this kind of thing in practice, right? It is showing the interest of what is to be protected, right? Under where we live, it is the right of property, right? It's how much, like, what is the right of the property you are on and what do you get from that? Whereas in another place with a dictatorship of the proletariat, that may show itself as you cannot take advantage or exploit the people that live in your apartments and pay you rent, right? Like that is essentially just an example of it. Um, so essentially Kautsky's argument against this is like, yes, there's also a great example. So much stink in Western media every time some corrupt guy gets punished in China. Yeah. In the West, right? We call it, it's not, we don't call it corruption. We call it lobbying, right? We call it lobbying because we want our guys to get more money. If they have more money to support our politicians, I mean, why not, right? But in other countries, you do corruption, you may get sentenced to fucking death, man. You know what I mean? Like this is it's purely in who do you want to have priority in these sort of in these sorts of examples. Do you want the law to favor the laborer, or do you want the law to favor the landowner? Kotsky argues against the former by using the latter, right? That is a lot of where this comes from, essentially. The simple truth, a truth that is plain as a pikestaff to every class conscious worker. Yes, he's discussing how the state has monopoly on violence. Yes, because again, like I used laws because what happens if you disobey the law and you're continually this, avoiding it, right? Sure, you may get someone who's like, "Oh, all right, well, whatever." Who's it's not a big deal, right? But at the end of the day, when we discuss these things, right? When we discuss it, whether it be in a revolutionary, dictatorship of the proletariat or in a bourgeois democracy, right? When we talk about these things, it's like, oh, what did he do? He broke the law. Of course he got punished, right? Right there, that is that sort of train of thought he's playing off of, that he's trailing off from, right? It is that same sort of theory. It is by having this state apparatus surrounding it and justifying it. You can justify anything with the power of the state, right? It just you're gonna have people who aren't informed, who don't understand it, who don't know, who I mean, honestly, don't even really care, right? Like they're gonna just say that. Um, who represents the people and not an upper section of petty bourgeois scoundrels who've been bribed by the capitalists, such as are the social imperialists of all countries. This truth, which is obvious to every representative of the exploited classes fighting for the emancipation, this truth, which is beyond dispute for every Marxist, has to be extracted by force from the most learned Mr. Kotsky. How is it to be explained? Simply by that spirit of servility with which the leaders of the Second International, who have become contemptible sycophants in the service of the bourgeoisie, are imbued. Kotsky first committed a sleight of hand by proclaiming the obvious nonsense that the word dictatorship, in its literal sense, means the dictatorship of a single person. Then, on the strength of this sleight of hand, he declared that hence Marx's words about the dictatorship of a class were not meant in the literal sense, but in one in which the dictatorship does not imply revolutionary violence, but the peaceful winning of a majority under bourgeois, mark you, democracy. In the weirdo manga Centaur's Worries, an American populated by satyrs referenced several times, and they mentioned that the satyr Obama in that world publicly executed every banker responsible for the 2008 financial crisis. I mean, they so Obama. So it's Obama. Obama is the Obama is the reformist icon. Is that it? Thank you to Karl Kautsky of the 21st century. Is that what you're selling me? Oh, yes. One must, if you please, distinguish between a condition and a form of government. A wonderfully profound distinction. It is like destroying a distinction between the condition of stupidity of a man who reasons foolishly and the form of his stupidity. Kautsky finds it necessary to interpret dictatorship as a condition of domination. This is the literal expression he uses on the very next page, page 21. Because the revolutionary violence and violent revolution disappear. The condition of domination is a condition in which any majority finds itself under. Democracy. Thanks to such a fraud, revolution happily disappears. Pardon me. The fraud, however, is too crude and will not save Kautsky. One cannot hide the fact that the dictatorship presupposes and implies a condition, one so disagreeable to renegades of revolutionary violence of one class against another, It is patently absurd to draw a distinction between a condition and a form of government. To speak of forms of government in this connection is trebly stupid, for every schoolboy knows that monarchy and republic are two different forms of government. It must be explained to Mr. Kotsky that both these forms of government, like all transitional forms of government under capitalism, are only variations of the bourgeois state, that is, of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. So, he puts it great that essentially what he is arguing about is, again, tying democracy to this one label of it, this one side, right? So it's what he's essentially saying here is, if you were in a liberal democracy, democracy may show itself through the multiple parties debating and whatever in the Senate and so on and so forth. What he's saying is, if you have one state that is a party that if you have one party that is in control of the state, but it still opens and actively discusses democracy in a democratic fashion, then is this not different from what he's talking about while still also being democracy, right? And this is a bit of a woke one, even for his time. This is a little hard to understand by today's standards because there aren't too many states like this. But there were a lot more actually in the the post-war period of World War I to World War II. There are a lot of countries from that period that had a democratic state, but they did not have a wide party structure, right? What this may end up being as is you could run for this party, but you would be expected to follow party lines if a democratic decision was made, right? Like something along those lines. Essentially, the democracy is not shown through the variations of parties that can pop up, but through the actual discussion and interaction of these people in these meetings, right? It is essentially, do you want the image of democracy that shows you there are a lot of options for you to tie yourself to, or would you rather something that is a lot more interconnected and has a mass democratic uh instead of separating democracy between party lines, they unite it into one single party to engage and decide what these decisions and what should happen comes out of it, right? I hope that makes sense. Essentially, that democracy is not purely just in the optics of how many options you have, but in the actual implementation of these things that you want or need or want things to have, get done, right? That is the idea. Lastly, to speak of forms of government is not only a stupid, but also a crude falsification of Marx, who is very clearly speaking here of this or that form or that type of state and not forms of government. The proletarian revolution is impossible with the forcible destruction of the bourgeois state machine and the substitution of it with a new one, which, in the word of Engels, is no longer a state in the proper sense of the word. Because of his renegade position, Kotsky, however, has to befog and belie all this. Look what wretched subterfuges he uses. First subterfuge, that Marx, in this case, did not have a mind of a form of government, is proved by the fact that he was of the opinion that in Britain and America, the transition might take place peacefully, i.e., in a democratic way. I will let you decide if he was right. The form of government has absolutely nothing to do with it, for there are monarchies which are not typical of the bourgeois state. Such, for instance, have no military clique, and there are republics which are quite typical in this respect, such as, for instance, have a military clique and a bureaucracy. This is a universally known and historical political fact, and Kotsky cannot falsify it. He's right, because there are, even today, right? There are today republics that are led by, military cliques or military groups, juntas, right? Or there are monarchies that have, like, I mean, they may be constitutional monarchies, they may be like kind of monarchies in the sense like they're just kind of images, right? But not really a monarchy, but they still have a monarchy, like as like a cultural touchstone. But then there is still, some, there are cases where there are literally like absolute monarchs in control of a capitalist state, right? And I miss being conservative sometimes. My brain can't keep up with all these words. Don't be afraid to ask. I'm super happy to ask if there's any confusion or anything I can help you with. I implore you to ask. It's not like these things are not taught. There are stuff you have to learn as you go. So don't feel bad about it. They're not easy. 100% I encourage you to ask me about anything that catches your eye and may just confuse you, okay? Hi, Chakras. Hope you're doing good. Oh, the Kotsky rant. Yes, of course. It's a banger. We got to always bring it up. I got the sentence "your petite bourgeois dog" stuck in my head. It's a good one. Yeah, it's all about learning. It's all about learning, and I think like I've always been attracted to stuff like this because I want to understand how things work, right? But I think there's a level of like, oh, I should just know this already. I should just know. This should just be like I read like Lenin. I'm like I read this yesterday and I know everything already. But like if you are an American, especially if you're from the West in general, you are not being taught any of this. You will not like you will barely touch this. Are all these present day monarchies still alive only because they get support from empires like America? I mean, a lot of them, yes. Yes. A lot of them are that case, yes. Like, a lot of the cases for, like, if America wants an easy puppet state, they do not implement a republic, they implement a monarchy. That is always the rule. That is why when you first saw the Iran stuff happen recently, they were really motioning towards Reza Pahlavi, right? And it's not because like there's some like monarchist movement. Well, I mean there is, but it's not as popular as you think it is, for sure. Um but like in the reason for that is because if you are an absolute monarch, you have control over your whole system, right? Like you have control over all of this, right? So that is the idea, right? It's trying to look at that and be like, oh, I think that we should implement a king so that we can make deals a little easier. Pahlavi is legit. I saw him with Zelensky. Yeah, Zelensky's doing unmarked quests on his map still. It's always like a month after the war, or what is it? Like a week after the war with Iran starts, he's meeting with Reza Pahlavi and he's like, "Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. King. Thank you." You know, he is always doing unmarked quests on the map. It's crazy. It's always Zelensky. No, it's just how he sounds. It's just how he sounds. And yes, they could implement a dictatorship. A right-wing dictatorship is usually how it goes. Another example is also what he highlights, a military junta, right? He says that essentially they have a military, like essentially there's some way they can just control the state. They want to implement a right wing or a archaic uh group to take control of the state as a whole, and then, if they don't have to worry about labor laws and all this stuff, then I mean, what are you going to do, right? What, you going to argue with the law? Huh? Are you going to argue with the law? You going to do that, champ? You going to do that? All right. Yeah, in South America the military junta was popular. Yes, in yes, I think usually how it goes is it feels like America essentially will be like, "Hey, if you got overthrown by a republic, we'll put you back in power." However, if they're fiercely Republican, they want a military clique or a junta to take control of it so that they can, you know, it's easier for them. That's all. If Kotsky had wanted to argue in a serious and honest manner, he would have asked himself, are there historical laws relating to revolution which know of no exception? And the reply would have been no, there are no such laws. Such laws only apply to the typical, to what Marx once termed the ideal, averaging meaning. Hold on, let me repeat this because this may hit a little harder for you now. If Kotsky had wanted to argue in a serious and honest manner, he would have asked himself, are there historical laws relating to revolution which know of no exception? And the reply would have been no, there are no such laws. Such laws only apply to the typical, to what Marx once termed the ideal, meaning average, normal, typical capitalism, right? What he's saying is these laws that we think about are just implementations of the state to do its will, right? These laws typically do not apply to the ruling class, right? They don't really care. It's what I talked about in terms of finance, right? Say, I don't know, your president is a pedophile, for example, just in a theoretical scenario here. What may happen in this bourgeois democracy that Lenin is talking about here? This does not apply to him. It does not apply to him. It's never intended to apply to him, right? Doesn't mean if he would have been in jail 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, today, that's not a law for you or for him. That's a law for you, right? So think about that one a little bit. Further, was there in the 70s anything which made England and America exceptional in regard to what we are now discussing? It will be obvious to anyone at all familiar with the requirements of science in regard to the problems of history that this question must be put. To fail to put it is tantamount to falsifying science, to engaging in sophistry. And the question having been put, there can be no doubt as to the reply. The revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat is violence against the bourgeoisie, and the necessity of such violence is particularly called for, as Marx and Engels have repeatedly explained in detail, especially in the Civil War in France and in the preface to it, by the existence of militarism and a bureaucracy. But it's precisely these institutions that were non existent in Britain and America in the 70s when Marx made his observations. They do now exist in Britain and in America, right? So he's saying that essentially, when these heavy militarized states say, I mean, the points that he's pointing to with America is obviously the Civil War, right? In Britain, they had this was more about like oppressing the Irish, right? It's not necessarily done in a institutionalized way, right? That there was no institution dynamic, right? The resistance from all these groups were typically on the ground individuals, right? Mostly in the north, right? Kotsky has to resort to trickery literally at every step to cover up his apostasy. And note how he inadvertently betrayed his cloven hoof when he wrote peacefully, i.e., in a democratic way. In defining dictatorship, Kautsky tried to his utmost to conceal from the reader the fundamental feature of this concept, namely revolutionary violence. But now the truth is out. It is a question of the contrast between peaceful and violent revolutions. I know, cloven hoof. He's so cunty. That is the crux of the matter. Kautsky has to resort to all these subterfuges, sophistries, and falsifications only to excuse himself from violent revolution and to conceal his renunciation of it, his desertion to the side of the liberal labor policy, i.e., to the side of the bourgeoisie. That is the crux of the matter. So, what he is essentially saying here is if there was a massive injustice in the world, right? Like, let's say if, I mean, a great example of this is in, civil rights issues, right? Like, a lot of these were essentially civil, like, class issues, right? When the dynamic between, say, violent and peaceful revolution, as he talks about it, he is essentially saying that there is a reasonable justification for having revolutionary violence, right? He says that there is a justification for, say, rising up against slavery, right? Rising up against slavery is an example of this. It is either to oppress individuals where violence against bourgeoisie is not only about physical violence. Yes, it is essentially just about like including the wide net of resisting these structures, resisting these institutions, right? It is saying that when you revolutionary violence against the bourgeoisie can mean either like, physically fighting, which again, in the case of like great in like evils in the world, he argues is justified, right? He says essentially that by telling somebody to wait their turn for democracy, for a chance at the table, for in a blatantly exploited class, he does not believe that's fair. That's basically it. And it's important to protest and speak out against these injustices, to notice them and discuss them, right? To do dialectics. Look for those contradictions, champ, you know? Kotsky's are, yes, it is literally what MLK is talking about, right? That is also a great example. MLK laments in prison essentially that he mostly has to deal with people who are, they're not arguing on the substance of his ideals. They're arguing on the substance of violence, right? That is it. So if I deliver a pizza to a two-story house and the tip is under 15%, I'm justified in placing nails under their tire. No, because that's decentralized. That's decentralized action. We don't do that here. Question: what does revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat mean? Sorry, is he talking about the bourgeois after they get kicked out? Yes, I can explain this to you quick. And thank you for asking. I really appreciate you asking. I'm I like to read these things with like notes in my head for what could be like blocks, but I do value a lot when I know what like gives you guys pause and what you don't fully grasp onto. I'm 100% happy here to I'm happy to always explain these. When he talks about the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat, he is discussing when a revolution or whatever happens, and then all of the class conscious proletarians get into positions of power and control the state, right? When he says a dictatorship of the proletariat, he is saying that people would be aiming to reduce class class wealth accumulation, right? So how this may end up actually going. I used the examples of regulations earlier, right? It's essentially like saying a dictatorship of the proletariat contrasts with the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie right now, where there is a level of wealth to enter, right? There's a level of entry or money you need to have to enter this, right? Then when you're in power, you have options of gaining more wealth in exchange for doing these things that benefit these companies, right? Like lobbying for oil giants. um, Dictatorship of the proletariat may would be similar in these formations of how it is implemented, but it would be a lot more beneficial for the average person on a grand scale, right? So instead of, say, like ruining our oil regulations so that they can just keep making more money from oil, dictatorship of the proletariat is more so about the like the unity of individuals. Like anybody can become a politician if they learn and they know what they're engaging with and they engage with the like political history and information. And these regulations may show like, oh, you can't cut regulations if they're going to damage our planet's well-being. Like, you know, a good example of a dictatorship of the proletariat versus a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie is dictatorship of the bourgeoisie is incentivized and benefits from lobbying to gain more wealth for the accumulation of their power. The dictatorship of the proletariat may be more obsessed about the universal good that comes out of politics. So they may refuse to allow oil regulators to cut regulations, and vice versa. Like, or sorry, in contrast to that, they may up regulations, right? The destruction of the rights and freedoms of the extractive class. Is that right? Yes. It is essentially saying that if your wealth is dependent on the exploitation of others, you should not be entitled to that, right? It is saying that if you want to be, I mean, like, it is the destruction of rights and freedoms of the extractive class. How that actually looks, right, is like, I mean, this is essentially taking power and being in the reins of like parliament, right? Um, in terms of how it interacts with the bourgeoisie, it essentially interacts with it in the terms of like how much property can you own, right? It may be that in a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, they may not accumulate, or they want to accumulate more wealth. They rent all the land they can, etc., right? In a bourgeois or in a dictatorship of the proletariat, on the other hand, it may be you're limited to one or two properties at a time, right? That is essentially what this is. Um, it is the implementation of another perspective or another face in politics, right? If you have ever lamented, like, oh, I wish politics impacted more of what my day-to-day life is, you are yearning for the dictatorship of the proletariat, right? That's a good way to think about it, right? It's essentially saying like it's pulling power out of the hands of business owners and people who benefit and go from there. I think I read dictatorship and thought it was inherently critical at first. No, I understand. It's again, like, this is a little older, and obviously this is like right when they begin to implement these things. And so when they talk about them, they are a little, it can be a little iffy sometimes. The thing that's important about this now is just that this is like it's very important because today we still think of it from a liberal perspective, like a liberal democratic position. Like a dictatorship, that's like other people who control power and they won't let go, right? Like, I don't want that. That's going to be a king or something. We still hear this, right? Even though what we talk about in Marxist terms, in Marxist theory, right? You are essentially like, this is still relevant, right? You're defining dictatorship of the proletariat of economic policy and not structure. No, I know that, but I'm trying to explain it because what people clash against with this is that they don't understand how dictatorship implements it, right? You can have pro working class economic reforms in bourgeois democracies. That's not up for debate. This is about the actual term, the literal definition of like dictatorship of the proletariat. Hence why the pamphlet we're looking at is called How Kautsky Turned Marx into a Common Liberal, right? This is what he's specifically pinpointing. I'm trying to use the example of this more to explain how it could impact you versus what we're feeling today, right? To understand how these things show themselves. Regulations are not a key, like a key, they're not the only factor as to what makes a socialist economy, but how we think about those things right now is on a micro scale, right? We're thinking about it on a very minute, like small scale. So then, since it is temporary, afterwards the extractive class is completely consumed by the worker, a system that requires no class warfare. Yes, that's the point, right? It is essentially to cut down at all the class inequality until there is a unification of the proletariat, right? There's no more exploitation in the same way. That is that's the goals of this system. It is trying to attain a classless society through these implementations of the proletariat, right? So you could say in practice, it is essentially trying to remove exploitation of workers, of peoples in any capacity. And it continues and will always do so until there is no such thing as a class society, right? The distinction is irrelevant. It's just, it would be a unified like structure. When we talk about it, how we think about it today, like transitional socialist state, we do not have a super defined worldview of it in the same time, right? It's it's more so what we think of for it now. Like if we look at China, right? They use the state as a weapon to implement these aspects of it, right? That is essentially how these transitional socialist states work. They're cutting down on exploitation and inequality for the hopes of attaining a classless society that is essentially the state would not even really matter anymore, right? That you can essentially think of it as a progress tree. Like think of it as a skill tree for my gamers out there. Any gamers in there? It's a skill tree. You could think of like pre-feudalism on like the starting skill, right? Communism is at the very top. Yeah, see, there you guys go. Is that the goal to reach that place, or is the goal to always move towards it since it is unattainable due to human nature? It is the goal to reach that place, but the goal because of that is still to move towards it, right? It's not to say that it is essentially to spot contradictions of justice and to rectify them, not to look the other way and say, well, the law, it's the law, it's just how things are, right? Like that's bullshit. It does not mean that communism is something that we cannot think about as attainable. It's that we fight towards it, and as we get there, we will experience it when we're there, right? But how we know that this actually happens, right? We will not know because we're reaching new territory, right? We're beginning to reach into the next stage of human development, right? Like we could say capitalism was where we were at and feudalism and so on. uh by going into this next part, we don't know where it's going, right? We don't know the issues that comes up with socialism or that will come up out of it. There will always be things that we need to be attentive for, right? That is the goal of socialism. It is invention. It is essentially having an inventor's mindset about problems that arise and being willing to tackle them, as opposed to like kicking the can down the road because I don't know, someone will lose money or something, right? Like that's that's kind of what I mean. Yes, it is a science. It is a science. Where did I find it? All right, here we are. Kautsky, the historian, so shamelessly falsifies history that he forgets the fundamental fact that pre-monopoly capitalism, which actually reached its zenith in the 70s, 1870, was by virtue of its fundamental economic traits, which found most typical expression in Britain and in America, distinguished by a, relatively speaking, maximum fondness for peace and freedom. Imperialism, on the other hand, i.e., monopoly capitalism, which has finally matured only in the 20th century, I wonder if this ages well, is by virtue of its fundamental economic traits, distinguished by a minimum fondness for peace and freedom, and by a maximum. Yes, he's writing about 1870. This is a writing. This pamphlet is from 1917. So even when he refers to like the 80s, the 70s, he's talking in the 1800s, not in the 1900s. So why, understand how spot on this analysis is for the modern day, where, compared to the monopoly of like two, sometimes even one company, this was beginning to be like, oh, 50% of the economy is owned by one guy, right? That's the shit he's talking about here. And he's saying, this is not a good look. I wonder what's going to happen next, you know? To fail to notice this in discussing the extent to which a peaceful or violent revolution is typical or probable is to stoop to the level of a most ordinary lackey of the bourgeoisie. Second subterfuge. The Paris Commune was a dictatorship of the proletariat, but it was elected by universal suffrage, i.e., without depriving the bourgeoisie of the franchise, i.e., democratically. And Kautsky says triumphantly, the dictatorship of the proletariat was for Marx, or according to Marx, a condition which necessarily follows from pure democracy, if the proletariat forms the majority. So, just as an example, right? What he's saying here ties into what I was discussing, right? The what this distinction is purely on Marxist class levels, right? Kautsky ties democracy to all classes and more about individual participation, right? But not on class. He cares more about the individual participation. The reason why he gets his ass beat for this is because what Lenin's argument is essentially that, or even Marx, what he's arguing here, is that they are going to vote on class interest, even if they are entitled to democracy, right? Therefore, even though their democracy is like they are participating in democracy, their democratic aspirations are still exploitative, right? Their democratic aspirations line about they're a line of their growth and gain, right? That they, could say, oh, uh, I do not want to give away my property. Like a person voting on something that would give him a tax break. Yes, that's a good example of it. Like, it's not the same way, right? There is a clash here. If you have two sections of the populace up against each other and its classes in democracy, say one side wants tax breaks for the wealthy, one wants tax breaks for the poor, right? To them, their interests will overlap, right? They're both going to want to be wealthy, right? But the thing is, both of their wealth clashes against each other. The bourgeois gains wealth by the exploitation of other people, right? By their labor value, right? Proletarians, on the other hand, are saying, I don't know, I want universal health care or something, right? These sorts of things may not sound huge, but the problem is you are engaging in democracy with somebody that their conditions for engaging with this democracy is essentially to destroy it, right? And the greatest part about him referencing the Paris Commune here is actually this is exactly what happened to the Paris Commune, right? It essentially was more open. Those who are likely to vote for tax relief will have the money to influence education and community leaders. Yes, they're going to be able to use their wealth to essentially disrupt these things, right? That is one issue of it, right? Um, I'm gonna give you an example of how this plays out in normal society, like everyday society. Cuba is actually a fantastic example for this because this happened the most in Cuba, uh, just because they're the longest lasting socialist state that had these processes, right? But when these revolutions happened, Cuba, again, a great example, they were a nationalist revolution. They were not a communist revolution, right? There's no ideological communism tied into it. But the average bourgeois leader that was set to lose from the Cuban Revolution had a lot of problems, right? So let me give you an example. It was very common for bourgeois landowners to undervalue their property, right? Because then they don't have to pay as much as in taxes, right? That was the whole point. Oh, I can just say it's like useless land. It's just there to pick up space, like once I got to go work with it, but it's useless, right? I should have to pay any taxes on it, or I should pay very little taxes. When these revolutions happened, a lot of these revolutions would be willing to offer market value or sometimes even above market value to these owners of these property. But because they would only use the state's records of the worth of the property, they would be undercutting them, not because of their own desire to undercut them, but because the state's records of the property indicated this amount of wealth, like, or this amount of, like, this land was worth this much. So then when they'd get undercut for it, or they'd be like, well, we'll buy it from you, they would be furious and they say they stole our land. We paid way more for that. We had the right to that land. So who says you can buy it for market value? Like you said, I should be able to heist the price up to whatever I want it to be, regardless of the illegality of it, right? This is a great example of exactly what I'm talking about with the dictatorship of the proletariat. When you have a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, they may say, well, sure, we'll do what it's really valued today, or we'll let you off with a little slap on the wrist. Whereas in the socialist state, owners fucked themselves over by lying before the revolution. Yes, a lot of the time, yes. In a lot of revolutions, and I mean a lot of them. And this is not even purely just in terms of revolution, but in how landowners, I mean, they just wanted to make more money, right? Like this it's the root of it all. They just wanted to make more fucking money. So they lied about it. And a lot of the time it would either get kind of figured out later and be dictated as a land reform. Like if you know some other regions that really needed land reform, right? They really, 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 really needed land reform. This is a reason why. Because they would buy shit tons of property. Shit tons of property. I cannot begin to tell you, like, how much. Okay? It's to the point that I can tell you in Roman era politics and in even like Cuba in the 1900s, they have the same problem, right? There is a 1900 or it's a 1900 year gap between the two, but they have the same two issues with land reform. It's that the people that have the land lie about the worth of it and it does not get contested until a revolution happens. Then it gets contested, and then they don't want to. I mean, they don't want to give away the land, or they want to be paid like 5 times the amount, right? That is essentially how these things would go, right? And yes, they turn around in diaspora and state that the revolution stole their property. Yes, this is so common. I cannot even begin to tell you how common it is. Like, it is ridiculously common. Like, so much so. And I mean, it still happens today, right? Like, it still happens today. You have a lot of wealthy people lying on their taxes or doing, tax loopholes to avoid having to pay money, right? It's not new. None of these things are new. When I tell you that history shows you a lot of these things very loudly, I'm not kidding. I am not kidding whatsoever. So when they would get these price tags of like, hey, this is worth this much, we'll pay you a little more, uh, and we'll go from there. Um, they don't like that. And in fact, do you know who is actually also a great example for this? I'm really glad you brought up Venezuela because Venezuela is a great example. You know who else is a great example? Iraq and Iran, right? Less so Iran nowadays, but Iraq especially, right? Do you know what ended up actually happening? They nationalized the stuff from the foreign governments, right? They took over the aspects of property foreign governments used and not only used, but undercut them severely on, okay? If you look at some of these old treaties, like let's see, is it the Iraqi Anglo oil treaty? Is that it? I want to find the right one. Well, let's look at this one real quick. Um, so this is the Anglo-Iraqi Treaty of 1930. We talked about this in the past with the unfair treaties, right? They were still doing this into the 19th century. This is again not new, right? I wonder if Saudi is next on the list then. No, because Saudi's government has been very closely tied with America for a long time. So they've already kind of like they've ingratiated themselves with the average or with the American like state basically. That's not to say that they are incapable of independence, but like kind of what we're talking about is also the reason why Israel Palestine is an issue. This also goes back to the Balfour Declaration essentially. Um During the Mesopotamian campaign of the First World War, the British Army, fighting on the side of the Allies, defeated the force of the Ottoman Empire, fighting on the side of the Central Powers. After the end of the First World War, British troops remained in the region in which would become the Kingdom of Iraq. In 1920, after the Ottoman Empire was partitioned, the United Kingdom formally established control over what was to become Iraq under a mandate from the League of Nations. The Kingdom of Iraq began with the coronation of King Faisal I on August 23rd, 1921. The 1930 treaty provided a path towards nominal independence for Iraq 2 years later at the termination of the mandate and upon the entry of Iraq itself as a member of the League of Nations. The main purpose of the treaty was to give the British a variety of commercial and military rights within the country after independence. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill was to write that the 1930 treaty provided that the British could maintain air bases near Basra and Habaniya in times of peace and have the right to transit for military forces and supplies at all times. In addition, Churchill indicated that the treaty would provide all possible facilities, including the use of railways, rivers, ports, and airways for the passage of armed forces during times of war. The terms of the treaty were used to justify a British invasion and the occupation of Iraq after a nationalist coup whose leaders had contracts among the Axis powers. The British used the terms of the treaty as a basis for a military occupation that lasted until 1947 as they prepared to depart Iraq an attempt was made to get the Iraqi government to sign a new military treaty giving the British greater powers than under the 1930 treaty. While that treaty was approved, it never came into effect because of unrest and large demonstrations in Iraq against it. The Al-Walabaf uprising here. The Leap. The protests were marked by the monarchy's plans to renew the 1930 Anglo-Iraqi treaty that effectively made Iraq a British protectorate. Nuri al-Said, the prime minister of Iraq, was planning on renewing, albeit in revised form, the unpopular treaty which tied Iraq to British interests. Ultimately, due to the protests, the Iraqi government suspended plans to renew the treaty. So understand this sort of thing. It's just a wide net. It's a wide net. It doesn't just happen to individuals or landowners, but sometimes other governments, you know? This argument of Kotsky's, I got cut off here, sorry. Oh no, this is where I was. This argument of Kotsky's is so amusing that one truly suffers from a veritable embarras de I can't speak French, sorry. An embarrassment due to the wealth, ellipses, of objectives that can be made, of objections that can be made to it. Firstly, it is well known that the flower, the general staff, the upper section of the bourgeoisie, had fled from Paris to Versailles. In Versailles, there was the socialist, quotations, Louis Blanc, which, by the way, proves the falsity of Kotsky's assertion that all trends of socialism took part in the Paris Commune. Is it not ridiculous to represent the division of the inhabitants of Paris into two belligerent camps, one which embraced the entire militant, politically active section of the bourgeoisie as pure democracy with universal suffrage? So again, he's clashing against like the bourgeois' interests inherently being contradictory to the proletariat, as like, is that really democracy? If you're having somebody, if somebody's always holding a knife to your throat and you're always holding a knife to their throat, it's not exactly a comfortable situation for like innovation or for going further, right? Secondly, the Paris Commune waged war against Versailles as the workers' government of France against the bourgeois government. What have pure democracy and universal suffrage to do with it when Paris was deciding the fate of France? When Marx expressed the opinion that the Paris Commune had committed a mistake in failing to seize the bank, which belonged to the whole of France, did he not proceed from the principles and practice of pure democracy? Right? So he does argue one thing that Marx did see the Paris Commune and like the rise and fall of it, right? Him and Engels wrote a lot about it. And it was essentially like a lot of like lamenting that they did not exhibit more authoritarian tendencies to entrench their position, right? Because like by doing this and refusing to say take the wealth in this position, they were not necessarily ripping the wealth from the average person, right? They had no fucking money. They were ripping the wealth from the bourgeois, right? They were the ones with all the fucking money, right? Most people who had money back then were like, I mean, there were very few, right? Like we're talking 1870s, 1860s, right? So of course, the bourgeois with all their income still versus the proletariat without any income supplying them, what do you think happened? There's a reason why it's viewed as a failure point and something to learn from. In actual fact, it is obvious that Kotsky is writing in a country where the police forbid people to laugh in crowds. Otherwise, Kotsky would have been killed by ridicule. Thirdly, I would respectfully remind Mr. Kotsky, who has Marx and Engels off pat, of the following appraisal of the Paris Commune given by Engels from the point of view of pure democracy. Have these gentlemen, the anti-authoritarians, ever seen a revolution? A revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is an act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other by means of rifles, bayonets, and cannon. all of which are highly authoritarian means, and the victorious party must maintain its rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionaries. Would the Paris Commune have lasted more than a day if it had not used the authority of the armed people against the bourgeoisie? Cannot we, on the contrary, blame it for having made too little of use in that authority? Right? It's saying if we know the bourgeoisie are going to like willingly fight against the uprising of the proletariat, right? Of course they're going to fight. They're not going to willingly give up power. If they were going to willingly give up power, reformism as a method would work, right? It would just, this would not even be an issue for us to talk about, right? Was there a currency that survived the commune event? What was wealth to them at that time without a central government? I mean, it's important to remember that a lot of the shit that they had was more just kind of carrying off of other things, or by doing kind of like, what is it? It's like the anarcho communist approach of like, you know, I owe you for labor, or like the buddy complex. I forgot what it's really called. It's like pre currency labor basically, or like trading in that way, right? I it's the currency and that sort of stuff was less the problem. Yeah, the barter system. Thank you. It was more about a barter system, I guess. But like, understand the thing that we all get from the Paris Commune was more that they did not necessarily have a state like structure to hold them up against any sort of oppression or terror or resistance, right? So that even though they had very great intentions for the majority were not as politically informed enough to understand these things, or they just did not understand the difference, right? Like that's the whole point of the of Marx's writing on Louis, right? Louis Bonaparte, is that essentially they had a republic that was very pro that was like universal suffrage, like it was very free and secularist and all that. And then one day they just lost it all, right? And they didn't even understand it. So then the wealthy at that time would have had things such as farms or pastures or trade relationships outside of city limits necessary for anything to work at all. In the Paris Commune? I mean, like again, this is like you got to remember that this is in 1870 where the bare minimum of these theories had been written out, right? Like we are only beginning to brush up against revolutionary theory. So a lot of the things that even are written down sometimes are not really things we think of today. The influence of the Paris Commune more so comes from the structure of the state and the maintenance of the state. Because like what he argues from here, would the Paris Commune have lasted more of a day if it had not used the authority of the armed people against the bourgeoisie? Cannot we, on the contrary, blame it for having made too little use of that authority? Of saying like we it was essentially a reflection on the state, right? That the state was not defended enough to survive and develop these concepts more on their own, right? And because, especially knowing the bourgeoisie would not willingly give away these things, again, if they would willingly do it, reformism would have just, it would have been done, right? Um, so that like a lot of the stuff they try to do in the Paris Commune is like very much so considered, it's very flimsy, it's very like for Marx's theory, it's the perfect example of it's of its time. But because of that, it's where a lot of Marxist theory gets a lot of its teeth and develops from. Because even though the intentions were great, there was a lot of struggle in actually maintaining that structure. And of course, after this, you know, it goes back to the old France, right? It goes back to the old Republic. Um, the amount of wealth, like power they have, even what they're talking about back then, is a little hard to discuss because the biggest issue is not monopoly in terms of like capitalism or like factories or output like it is today. It isn't land control. It isn't how much land you own, right? So even just like being able to free up land to the average person and giving it to them, like that is a lot of, I mean, for a lot of revolutions in the 18th century to sometimes the early or sorry, the 19th to the 20th, a lot of them are kind of surrounding land reform, right? Or a big key part of them involves land reform. Um so even like trying to apply currency or like modern day structures, it's almost impossible to do it. It is purely a revolutionary structure, right? I'm reminded of how recently billionaires threatened to abandon New York after Mamdani won. Yes. And in fact, do you know what? There are other examples of that, not even from the modern day, or sorry, not from like other countries, but Mamdani, as a socialist, follows the line of thought of sewer socialism. If you've ever heard of that, we can go look at that real quick. So sewer socialism is a very specific kind of approach in America. Um, what is his name? There's a very famous guy for it. Foyet, this guy. No, not him. Sorry. Who was it? Fuck. I know. I think he was in Milwaukee, or no, he was in Connecticut. Connecticut. Who am I thinking of from Connecticut? Connecticut. Oh, Jasper McLevy. Here, this guy. Um, he was a very dominant socialist figure for Bridgeport, Connecticut. You can see he was mayor from 1933 until 1957. So he was the guy that was mayor from the Great Depression on to the post-war period into the Cold War, just so you understand how popular this guy was. Um, but basically, this is a guy that he did it earlier, right? He did this approach 100 years ago, basically. When he comes into power, even in 1932, even during the Great Depression, right? They have business leaders who are like, if they elect this guy, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Guess what happens? They don't fucking leave, even 100 years ago. 100 years ago, today they do tests about this. Nobody moves. I mean, it's not news. I'll just say that it's not news. Um, Here is your pure democracy. How Engels would have ridiculed the vulgar petty bourgeois, the social democrat in the French sense of the 40s and the general European sense of 1914 to 1918, who took it in his head to talk about pure democracy in a class divided society. But that's enough. It is impossible to enumerate all Kautsky's various absurdities, since every phrase he utters is a bottomless pit of apostasy. Marx and Engels analyzed the Paris Commune in a most detailed manner and showed that its merits lay in its attempts to smash, to break up the ready-made state machinery. See, he agrees with me. Thanks, Lenin. It's it is the most relevant thing is that its attempt to implement socialism was honestly like it was very utopian in its structure, right? A lot of the post Marxist theory that comes out of the Paris Commune is directly interacting with it and being like, okay, well, this failed. How can we keep a state going and also like increase the opportunity for people to participate and gain more from it while also maintaining the structure, right? Like while being able to how to maintain the proletarian democracy plus maintaining the state that gives them this. When they threaten to leave, what is it that they believe they're taking away? Is the threat that their personal wealth is no longer available to the market, that they're abandoning whatever means of production they own but cannot take with? Um, yes. I mean, there isn't really a singular example for it, right? Like it's preying on the lack of like it's preying on the lack of knowledge of people, right? It's preying on the lack of information, basically, is all it is. Because I mean, it like both things they're talking about. I mean, they don't pay taxes, right? They do fucking tax loopholes, right? Like how many billionaires out there do you think actually pay their taxes? Like actually. I mean, we know the richest people in the world don't. So, um when it comes to their personal wealth is no longer available to the market, um I mean, like, yes, and that, like, oh, I'm a job guy, and I'm gonna get out. There's gonna lose jobs, you know. Like, that's the other aspect of it. Even though they are arguing, like, hey, if you put on a tax to make me pay more money, uh, even though it does benefit your life, you're losing my job. So fuck you. So fuck you and fuck him too. You know. Marx and Engels consider this conclusion to be so important that this was the only amendment they introduced in 1872 into the obsolete, in parts, program of the Communist Manifesto. Marx and Engels showed that the Paris Commune had abolished the army and abolished the bureaucracy. They had abolished parliamentarism and they destroyed that parasitic excrescence, the state, etc. But the sage Kautsky, donning his nightcap, repeats the fairy tale about pure democracy, which has been told 1,000 times by liberal professors. No wonder Rosa Luxemburg declared on August 4th, 1914, that German social democracy was a stinking corpse. Third subterfuge. When we speak of the dictatorship as a form of government, we cannot speak of the dictatorship as a class, since a class, as we have already pointed out, can only rule but not govern. It is organizations or parties that govern. That is a muddle, a disgusting muddle, Mr. Muddle-headed counselor. Get him. Get his ass, dude. Get him. Dictatorship is not a form of government. That is ridiculous nonsense. And Marx does not speak of the form of government, but of the form or type of state. That is something altogether different, entirely different. It is altogether wrong, too, to say that a class cannot govern. Such an absurdity could only have been muttered by a parliamentary cretin who sees nothing but bourgeois parliaments and notices nothing but ruling parties. Any European country will provide Kautsky with examples of government by a ruling class, for instance, by the landowners in the Middle Ages, in spite of their insufficient organization. To sum it up, Kautsky has, in a most unparalleled manner, distorted the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat and has turned Marx into a common liberal. That is, he himself has sunk to the level of a liberal who utters banal phrases about pure democracy, embellishing and glossing over the class content of bourgeois democracy, and shrinking, above all, from the use of revolutionary violence by the oppressed class. By so interpreting the concept of revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat as to expunge the revolutionary violence of the oppressed class against its oppressors, Kautsky has beaten the world record in the liberal distortion of Marx. I didn't even remember he says he beaten the world record in the liberal distortion of Marx. The renegade Bernstein has proved to be more puppy compared with the renegade Kautsky. This is one part. This is where he begins to discuss the bourgeois and proletarian democracy. Um, Essentially, more so looking into these democratic states. We'll go over a little bit of it, and we'll save some of it for the next time. Because I actually this one is quite long, so maybe we'll save it for next time. There is one part I would like to highlight to you from it though that comes to mind. Actually, let's just read a little bit. We love Lenin here. We love Lenin. The question which Kautsky has so shamelessly muddled really stands as follows. If we are not to mock at common sense in history, it is obvious that we cannot speak of pure democracy as long as different classes exist. We can only speak of class democracy. Let us say in parentheses that pure democracy is not only an ignorant phrase, revealing a lack of understanding of both the class struggle and of the nature of the state, but also a thrice empty phrase, since in communist society, democracy will wither away in the process of changing and becoming a habit, but will never be a pure democracy. Pure democracy is the mendacious phrase of a liberal who wants to fool the workers. History knows of bourgeois democracy, which takes the place of feudalism, and of proletarian democracy, which takes the place of bourgeois democracy. When Kautsky devotes dozens of pages to proving the truth that bourgeois democracy is progressive compared with medievalism, and that the proletariat must unfailingly utilize it in its struggle against the bourgeoisie, that in fact is just liberal twaddle intended to fool the workers. This is a truism, not only for educated Germany, but also for uneducated Russia. Kautsky is simply throwing around learned dust in the eyes of the workers when, with a pompous mien, he talks about Weitling and the Jesuits of Paraguay and many other things in order to avoid telling about the bourgeois essence of modern, i.e., capitalist democracy. Kautsky takes from Marxism what is acceptable to the liberals, to the bourgeoisie, the criticism of the Middle Ages, and the progressive historical role of capitalism in general, and of capitalist democracy in particular, and discards, passes over in silence, glosses over all of that in Marxism, which is unacceptable to the bourgeoisie, the revolutionary violence of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie for the latter's destruction. That is why Kautsky, by virtue of his objective position, and irrespective of what his subjective convictions may be, inevitably proves to be a lackey of the bourgeoisie. Right? So this is what I'm saying of like Kautsky ties the class struggle of democracy or from democracy into essentially uh he says look at the optics, right? Look at the optics. You have so many options to choose from. Just choose one. You'll like it. It's then you're involved and thumbs up emoji, you know? Lenin's response is that it's it is very selective, the amount of, you know, what what he's willing to take away from Marxist theory and what he is willing to push away to maintain the reformist structure of it all, right? Pardon me, bourgeois democracy, although a great historical advance in comparison with medievalism, always remains, and under capitalism is bound to remain, restricted, truncated, false, and hypocritical, a paradise for the rich, and a snare and deception for the exploited, for the poor. It is this truth which forms a most essential part of Marx's teachings that Kautsky the Marxist has failed to understand. On this fundamental issue, Kautsky offers delights for the bourgeoisie instead of a scientific criticism of those conditions which make every bourgeois democracy a democracy for the rich. Is this the same Lenin that my American brain equates with the USSR? Yes, that's the same one. Or as we like to call him around here, Big Daddy Cool. Let us first remind the most learned Mr. Kautsky of the theoretical propositions of Marx and Engels, which that pendant has so disgracefully forgotten to please the bourgeoisie, and then explain the matter as popularly as possible. Not only the ancient and feudal, but also the modern representative state is an instrument of exploitation of wage labor by capital, by Engels on his work on the state. As therefore, the state is only a transitional institution which is used in the struggle, in the revolution, to hold down one's adversaries by force. It is sheer nonsense to talk of a free people state so long as the proletariat still needs the state. It does not need it in the interest of freedom, but in order to hold down its adversaries. And as soon as it becomes possible to speak of freedom from the state, the state as such ceases to exist. Engels in his letter to Bevell, March 28, 1875. In reality, however, the state is nothing but a machine for the oppression of one class by another, and indeed, in the democratic republic, no less than in the monarchy. Engels, from the Introduction of the Civil War by Marx. Universal suffrage is the gauge of the maturity of the working class. It cannot and will never will be anything more in the present day state. Engels in his work on the state. Mr. Kautsky very tediously chews over the cud in the first part of this proposition, which is acceptable to the bourgeoisie. But the second part, which we have italicized, and which is not acceptable to the bourgeoisie, the renegade Kautsky passes over in silence. The commune was to be a working, not parliamentary body, executive and legislative at the same time. Instead of deciding once in 3 or 6 years which member of the ruling class was to represent and suppress, and he quotes it in German, the people in parliament. Universal suffrage was to serve the people, constituted in communes, as individual suffrage serves every other employer in the search for workers, foremen, and accountants for his business. Marx in his work on the Paris Commune. Every one of these propositions, which are excellently known to the most learned Mr. Kautsky, is a slap in his face and lays bare his apostasy. Nowhere in his pamphlet does Kautsky reveal the slightest understanding of these truths. His whole pamphlet is a sheer mockery of Marxism. Take the fundamental laws of modern states, take their administration, take their freedom of assembly, freedom of the press, or equality of all citizens before the law, and you will see at every turn evidence of the hypocrisy of bourgeois democracy with which every honest and class-conscious worker is familiar. There is not a single state, however democratic, which has no loopholes or reservations in its constitution guaranteeing the bourgeois the possibility of dispatching troops against the workers, of proclaiming martial law, and so forth, in case of violation of public order. And actually, in case the exploited class violates its position of slavery and tries to behave in a non-slavish manner, Kautsky shamelessly embellishes bourgeois democracy and omits to mention, for instance, how the most democratic and republic bourgeoisie in America or Switzerland deal with the workers on strike. If the state is a mutually temporary tool for both the ruling and working classes, what is the perfection of the extraction state, the surveillance state? If the state is a mutually temporary tool for both the ruling and working classes, what is the perfection of the extraction state? Oh, like their end game. Like what is their goal? It is like it is the essentially like techno billionaires. You know, the guys that are like, we want we want people to we want people to put people in VR helmets for prison and then I don't know, leave them somewhere else or something like that. Like it's just dudes that are like, I don't want any regulations so that I can just do whatever the fuck I want, even if it is not like helpful to other people, right? It's it's all like, yes, we've played Metal Gear Solid. Well, I've only played the first 3. I'm about to play the 4th soon. Um is Lenin the good guy maligned by US propaganda or the bad guy because of reasons? No, he is the good guy. He is the good guy. He is like genuinely, I mean, some leftists don't like Lenin. I will let you decide it. I will say that for the time period and for what we look at from the time, he's basically a hero. You could say that he is, I mean, he is that, like, he is a very heroic figure to a lot of not just people, but like cultures. Like, I've mentioned, I'm from Finland, right? Lenin, like, the USSR gave Finland its initial independence, and there are like random statues of Lenin across Finland to this day for that reason, right? Okay, but you read Animal Farm? Grr, I got owned. Yes, he does get conflated with Stalin a lot, and that is an issue. Lenin is the guy. Stalin is the guy that wants to be like Lenin, and he's like, I'm Lenin Jr. But you can't replicate the perfect one, you know? You can't replicate the one. I think I'm thinking of this total saturation of the automation and the working class being made obsolete for the fulfillment of their indulgences post-scarcity. I mean, that is like kind of the post regulation world, right? Like that is that. I mean, just look at those. I do believe like you can see the perfect end game of it, of in how they want like purely no sort of laws or regulations surrounding it, because understand, even in the Middle Ages there was a sort of like, there was a sense round law that was more based in like, divinity, or like, you know your religion, uh that even something like that could not really be done, right? Remember next to him, they wanted to show Beast as was an extra intellectual, so they had him read Animal Farm in prison. He's not perfect, but he did try. But I mean, let's be honest. To say he's not perfect, but he did try, for a Marxist trying to implement a fucking full on socialist state, like, I mean, that's, I didn't expect that from you, Fred. I did not expect it from you. I'm disappointed. He is not perfect for sure, but like, I think it's very easy to look at the conditions of Russia and to fully understand exactly how beneficial and how much, like, how much good he gave to the world beyond just in the USSR. Um I don't know much about Lenin other than a lot of people died under his watch. I don't know how much of that famine was his fault. You're talking about the collectivization implementation the collectivization implementation in the 30s by Stalin. Even that is a little. I'm not a big Stalin lady, uh, but that's still like, in terms of how historians analyze it, it's a little bit of a gray area currently. Um, but I do know his wife was pretty base and did a lot to develop education in the developing USSR. No, that's the thing. Like, okay, a lot of things with Lenin gets tied to Stalin. Stalin is not Lenin. He creates the ideology surrounding Lenin, right? Like, he's the one that puts these things into a defining like process, right? Um I think that when we tend to think about, yes, Stalin was his successor, and not even his intended successor, to be fully. I mean, we can talk about Sverdlov later, but like, essentially Lenin does get tied to Stalin because Lenin is like Stalin considers Lenin his teacher, like his educator, right? But that's why we do not call it Stalinism, right? We do refer to it more as like, there's a reason why we differentiate between Stalinism as we look at it in history, and why we differentiate that between Marxist Leninism, right? That's a good, yes. Lenin is the idea guy. Stalin is the strongman. That's a great way to put it. Literally, like, Lenin, Lenin was the ideas guy, but he was like, "Go rob a bank, Stalin," and Stalin was like, "I can do that, champ." Yes, I mean, like, okay, Stalin Stalin has like a bit of a, I mean, he does get a little bit of a bad rap even in the USSR before Lenin passes, because he is essentially like the guy that's too, he's too woke and everyone else sweats. But they're like, "You know what?" They look around, there's Trotsky, there's Bukharin, everybody starts sweating. They look at Zinoviev and they look at Kamenev. They're like, well, maybe. Basically, what, I'm sorry, I'm being obtuse about this, but let me be a little blunt. a lot of the progress and a lot of the stuff that comes out of Marxism in the USSR, its its implementation. My extended family member did get persecuted for anti-communist agitations. Was not all that good. Okay, this is kind of the issue with talking about, especially communists in the West. I want you to think about everything we've talked about today, right? We are not engaging this purely on like a, we're not engaging this on an individualistic level, right? It's a lot, when he discusses it, it's all about class, right? He very rarely breaks into individualistic thinking or processing of these things, right? It's usually about the class dynamic. This is the strength and the disadvantage of like Marxist implementation, at least right now, right? Because when Lenin begins to do and think up all these like methods of implementing these socialist programs and like dynamics, there are people both inside and out who are trying to agitate these things, right? And I've told you in the past how there were cases where if you were a capitalist in Soviet society, people would literally think you are like schizophrenic. Like they would literally think you're a freak, right? And I think a lot of people do not understand the historical presence that was there. Pre USSR, there was what? 5 to 10% literacy rate. There was no land to own. If you were on land, you rented it and you were essentially serfs, right? Within 3 to 4 years of the USSR, there is a huge shift in quality of life, even as a war is going on, right? Because this forms out of World War One, and then they have the Civil War afterwards, right? Even in those times, the average like the average person sees the shifts that are happening, both in terms of like literacy and in terms of like just general quality of life, even as a civil war is happening, right? This is not to say these implementations were perfect. There were a lot of decentralized issues, especially in the beginning, right? Russia is a huge place, a huge multicultural place. It cannot be stated enough how many issues are born out of not just clashing against these things from a post czarist or like, coming out of a czarist Russia, but also again, there was no implementation for any of these socialist theories beforehand, right? This was not a thing, period. There was not remotely an individual, like single time this was implemented. The Paris Commune was, you know, it just failed instantly. I'm not saying it as a slight. I'm saying it more like I'm just teasing you. I'm sorry. There is always room for improvement. I just don't, I'm not used to hearing arguments against Lenin. That's all. Well, I am, but it's like there's like two windows, right? It's like there's one that's like I've heard of him vaguely through other people and he sucks. And then there's like I know what he's done and what his messaging and his theories lead to, and I have a lot of respect for him. That's all. I'm not mad at you. I would never be mad against a member of the Romola Black Chatters Union, the RBCU. Not me. Never me. Yeah, screw you, Romola. Dodges the chatting class. Yes, the chatting class. From my limited knowledge, the one thing I haven't figured out about the time period was the censorship part of it. Plays, books, paintings, music, etc., needed to be state approved, and some of them were quite arbitrary. No, that is true. Art, art is art is like a weird thing, and even to the end of the USSR, they had some weird things with art. Like, I think the biggest problem the USSR had was its inability to understand like foreign culture, basically. And it becomes easy to understand when you look at the history of these things and like how do I say this? It was meant to educate. That is true. But like there is a weird dynamic of like I know this is going to sound bad when I say it like this, but there was a view at the time that there was a certain proletarian culture, right? A proletarian culture that needed to be formed and would come out of this and would essentially be entirely separate to what was happening in the West, right? This was both because they believed that Western culture had a level of like disconnection from their own, but also because culture as we knew it and as we continue to know it is marked by bourgeois involvement, right? That, you know, by today's standards, we would think of what this essentially is implemented as like, if it doesn't, you know, like how record companies would be like, oh, this wouldn't sell. Why would we put it up there, right? There's a famous quote from Prokofiev where he says he doesn't give a shit about politics, but in the USSR, his compositions just get staged automatically without much effort. Whereas in Europe, he had to beg and plead to get stuff staged with theater owners and conductors. Yeah, we have talked about that before too. I'm not saying there wasn't like it wasn't good because I've shown that George Lucas interview, right? Where is it? The George Lucas USSR one, real quick.
But I do like movies. I love movies. And I know a lot of movies aren't popular. And you can say that going in. One of the
This
reasons
is
I
literally what
retired
I'm
is so I
talking
can make
about.
movies that aren't popular. Because in the world we live in the system we've created for ourselves in terms of it's a big industry, you cannot lose money.
He
So
says that
the
he
point
loves
is that
movies.
you're forced to make a particular kind of movie. And I used to say this all the time when people, back when Russia was the Union of Soviet Socialist
Right.
Republics. And they'd say, oh, but aren't you so glad that you're in America? I said, well, I know a lot of Russian filmmakers. They have a lot more freedom than I have. All they have to do is be careful about criticizing the government. Otherwise, they can do anything they
And so
want.
what do you have to do?
You have to adhere to a very narrow line of commercialism. And there's only certain, look, when I started in the 70s, it was like this. You know, I could say Russia was like this, but we were like this. You could do a certain kind of movie. And I flaunted that system. I mean, THX, my first film, is definitely not an American film, and I shoved it in sideways. Francis helped me trick the studio.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
They would have never let me make that movie if they knew what I was.
I mean, there you go. It's like the financial clash of it and capitalism is obviously like the biggest issue that even like discussing art is kind of it's difficult to explain it. It's I would just say like I'm not the type to say like just distrust everything you hear from the American government. I think that's lazy. I think that's sleepy time. I think that's night night city, you know, from Cyberpunk uh 2099. Uh but like a lot of figures that are criticized in the West for like being associated with communism, like they're just good. They're just good guys. They're just good guys with big ideas, and that's it. Maybe they're a little weird, maybe they're a little quirky, but I don't know. I kind of think like
I think of it like, oh, should we give people rights? Should we give people the ability to live a comfortable life? You know? I mean, I just think that's pretty nice. There is like I have had relatives that were like I have had relatives that also were, chased after by the USSR for being Finnish at a time when it wasn't great to be Finnish. In the USSR, that is. I'm aware of these repercussions, right? I'm aware. I understand it. But here's the thing that I think a lot of people get stuck on. It is the material, it is the dialectics of it all, right? A lot of people read shit like this and they're like, well, why would we want to do this? This is like, he already wrote it and the USSR died, right? Like, why would we want this? The point is to keep growing on these things and keep expanding on them and constantly try to have a state that is as perfect to living humanly as possible, right? That's the whole root of it. It is analysis, it's doing analysis of these problems of the past and moving forward, right? Like, I think it's also especially interesting because I feel like there is that appeal to do this Marxist uh for Marxist writers, but then be very happy with the complacency of liberal democracies, right? If Scruntley was here, I know he'd have something very enlightening to say. Yeah, he came in and said, "You're just like Hutch now." Did the USSR ever have any palpable iteration of majority workers' rules? Um, like labor laws. I mean, their labor laws are really good. Uh, they're like, again, it's hard to kind of talk about this in the sense of like I think it's very easy to just look at the state of liberal democracies and compare it directly to it, but it's not necessarily how these things developed, right? It's a little more like they have moments where they would have huge sort of like I'll give you an example of women's rights, okay? Women's rights at the formation of the USSR ends up being like the most dominant in the world. Like it is the best in the world for women's rights. Like I think it is literally the first place to let women vote, like engage in them on a grand scale, right? A streamer without innovation, no video games. Yeah. um, but by Stalin, these things have kind of faded away, right? They become a lot less, and this shifts with the kind of government approach or structure of how they want to do things, right? Um, the problem with the USSR in a lot of ways is that it is so early and also so like it is the first attempt in every way that even later leaders that follow along Lenin's lines can sometimes disconnect from these writings that he's talking about, right? For whatever reason. A great example is just even in how like the Sino-Soviet split happens. Basically, what I'm saying is there there are better labor laws on average, but when you look at the USSR as a whole, it's more of like a prototype, I guess you could think of it as, right? Like in a lot of ways, it is functionally a prototype for the socialist state, right? I would sooner think of a place like China for how they handle labor laws and how they exist as a state. In a way, they are kind of the Paris Commune too. They are like the first existing like socialist state that like exists on the state, like, on the world stage, right? That is something that mustn't be forgotten either. Um, although I would say that it is still like the USSR, how we talk about it is a little fucked up because of the, I did say the Sino-Soviet split, but essentially it's more tied to like Khrushchev versus Stalin. Um, and how they both approach the control of the Soviet Union after that. And also sort of how these things tie into the global structure. A major issue with the USSR is that it attempts to be a consistent figure on the world stage, clashing against the West, either how they funded other workers, worker groups, or anything like that. So a lot of their history is sort of like bobbing and weaving along with like America, essentially, and trying to match them in a lot of ways. Not always good. Um, Khrushchev was trying to repair the USSR's image after Stalin. I mean, yes and no, right? Like, I mean, from the implementation of the state, like, I mean, he is absolutely trying to do that because the 50s, or sorry, the late 40s. Oh, yes. Okay, I get you. Yes, yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you. Um, but I mean, on average, labor rights were better, and their currency was settled at a more appropriate rate to match and essentially meet with basically how a lot of their labor rights worked, was they would have pretty strong labor rights, not not the best, but they were pretty strong, but they were a lot more focused on the day-to-day living of like workers. Like they were more concerned about the economic, like let's say if you were to do a job, you would be paid enough to live comfortably, usually. This only begins to kind of shift towards the end of the USSR, and it is also connected with their issue of, I mean, it's the Brezhnev doctrine, essentially, that they try to match America like band for band in a lot of like proxy war conflicts. And no, you don't want to do that. I mean, you could almost argue that that dynamic of the USSR is explicitly one reason why China is very, very careful with how it projects power, even soft power sometimes. Uh, but essentially, all of this is to say that there were a lot of rights and labor laws for these people in the USSR, the degree of which changes over time, but the consistent like the consistent factor of it was that compared to what they knew, it was like night and day, right? Today it may not be as noteworthy or as good, but like again, for Russia coming out of like serfdom, tenant farmer fucking provisions where you rent an apartment, or you rent a house, you are spending your whole time working the fields, and that's it. Yeah, like it's hard for me to discuss labor laws or like labor rights in the same sort of way, cuz like there are times where they do break that, for sure, but there are a lot of times where they're just like consistently the best for a lot of reasons. So it's really just what you value, I guess, out of it, of like what kind of labor laws you think are most important, right? That's why, like, I think one weakness of discussing Marxist theory is that a lot of these things are, they've either been disproven So when people point the USSR as a failure, they're pointing at an already foundationally compromised version of socialism. Yes, I mean a lot of people do. Uh, I mean this is kind of like, I mean we're beginning to get into the Sino-Soviet split, right? Like this is something that was born out of the 60s, right? The 1960s, 1970s ish. That like as you go down the kind of totem pole of socialist theory, when the USSR would take a stance against something that they already said like, oh, we want to do this or we want to do that, um, they there was a lot of negativity, and this is a little tied to the internationalist flavor of it all. Um, but like this is, I mean, that is kind of like, I mean, this is the thing that sucks about stuff like this, because there are arguments for it. A lot of them tend to be more like radical forms of Marxist thinking. Pardon me. Um, but I think like for a lot of people that think of it as a Marxist Leninist, they tend to think of it more from the like individuals on the ground sort of approach. And I think you could kind of argue their invasion with Afghanistan, or their war in Afghanistan, was one of the disconnecting factors that led to it, combined with the domestic issues. Because again, they just spent so much money on trying to aid socialist uprisings or socialist groups in a way that was like ultimately detrimental for the domestic person. Um, so like all of this to say, whether or not you consider it a failure, I will leave that to you. What you consider it, I guess more what you would consider it. What kind of, what you get from it, I think depends on your sect of Marxism, right? Um, so I mean, like, all of this was very long-winded, but it is to say that it's a little complicated for engaging in these conversations about how these laws shift, because you can always say like they are the first implementation of a lot of these things, and there's a lot of justification for some of the shit that happens out of that, but there are a lot of points that also show they just did not learn their lesson, right? So I think it is very, your mileage may vary and depends on where you stop. Some people say that the USSR is a failed socialist state as soon as Stalin gets to power, right? Some people say it is after World War II. Some people say it's late into the Cold War. And then some people just say that the existence of the USSR as a state trying to do this is inherently anti-Marxist, or individual aspects of it take away from how Marxist it truly is. Like, even what we're reading right now is kind of this is kind of like the argument 100 years ago of like, is this true socialism? Is this really Marxism, or is this like some right wing like kind of clash against it, right? Um, being willing to criticize these things and acknowledge them is very important. I think the issue just tends to come up when it's like, I don't know. I think I just feel like it always comes down to just how you read the theory, right? And that's really it. The wise and learned Kautsky keeps silent about these things. The learned politician does not realize to remain silent on this matter is despicable. He prefers to tell the workers nursery tales of the kind that democracy means protecting the minority. It is incredible, but it is a fact. In the year of our Lord 1918, in the fifth of the world imperialist slaughter and the strangulation of internationalist minorities, i.e., those who have not despicably betrayed socialism, like the Renaudels, Longowitz, the Schneidmans, Kotskys, Henderson's, and Webb's et al. In all these democracies of the world, the learned Mr. Kautsky sweetly, very sweetly, sings the praises of the protection of the minority. Those who are interested may read this on page 15 of Kautsky's pamphlet. And on page 16, this learned ellipses individual tells you about the Whigs and the Tories in England in the 18th century. What wonderful erudition! What refined servility to the bourgeoisie! What civilized belly crawling before the capitalists and bootlicking! If I were Krupp or Schneidman, Clemenceau or Renaud, I would pay Mr. Kautsky millions to reward him with Judas kisses, praise him before the workers, and urge socialist unity with honorable men like him, to write pamphlets against the dictatorship of the proletariat, to talk about the Whigs and Tories in England in the 18th century, to assert that democracy means protecting the minority and remain silent about pogroms against internationalists in the Democratic Republic of America. Isn't this rendering lackey service to the bourgeoisie? The learned Mr. Kautsky has forgotten, accidentally forgotten probably, a trifle, namely that the ruling party in a bourgeois democracy extends the protection of the minority only to another bourgeois party, while the proletariat, on all serious, profound, and fundamental issues, gets martial law or pogroms instead of the protection of the minority. The more highly developed democracy is, the more imminent are pogroms or civil war in connection with any profound political divergence, which is dangerous to the bourgeoisie. The learned Mr. Kautsky could have studied this law of bourgeois democracy in connection with the Dreyfus case in Republican France. The Dreyfus case, real quick, this is actually a great hit. I completely forgot about this. It is essentially a trial where far right Frenchmen essentially are like, we don't like Jews and we don't like this one Jew in particular, and we're gonna make sure everyone knows it. If I had to summarize it into one event, the learned Mr. Kautsky's over party. Yes, the Dreyfus affair, with the lynching of black men and internationalists in the Democratic Republic of America, with the case of Ireland and Ulster in democratic Britain, with the baiting of the Bolsheviks and the staging of pogroms against them in April 1917 in the Democratic Republic of Russia. I have purposefully chosen examples not only from wartime, but also from pre-wartime, peacetime, but mealy-mouthed Mr. Kautsky prefers to shut his eyes to these facts of the 20th century and instead to tell the workers wonderfully new, remarkably interesting, unusually edifying, and incredibly important things about the Whigs and Tories of the 18th century. Take the bourgeois parliament. Can it be that the learned Kautsky has never heard that the more highly democracy is developed, the more the bourgeois parliaments are subjected by the stock exchange and the bankers? This does not mean that we must not make use of bourgeois parliament. The Bolsheviks made better use of it probably than any other party in the world. For in 1912 to 1914, we won the entire workers' curia in the Fourth Duma. Duma is like, it's the Senate. But it does mean that only a liberal can forget the historical limitations and conventional nature of the bourgeois parliamentary system, as Kautsky does. Even in the most democratic bourgeois state, the oppressed people at every step encounter the crying contradiction between the formal equality proclaimed by the democracy of the capitalists and the thousands of real limitations and subterfuges which turn the proletarians into wage slaves. It is precisely this contradiction that is opening the eyes of the people to the rottenness, mendacity, and hypocrisy of a capitalism. It is this contradiction that the agitators and propagandists of socialism are constantly exposing to the people in order to prepare them for revolution. And now that the era of revolution has begun, Kautsky turns his back upon it and begins to extol the charms of moribund bourgeois democracy. Proletarian democracy, of which Soviet government is one of the forms, has brought a development and expansion of democracy unprecedented in the world for the vast majority of the population, for the exploited and working people. To write a whole pamphlet about democracy, as Kautsky did, in which 2 pages are devoted to dictatorship and dozens to pure democracy, and fail to notice this fact means completely distorting the subject in liberal fashion. Take foreign policy. In no bourgeois state, not even the most democratic, is it conducted openly. The people are deceived everywhere, and in democratic France, Switzerland, Britain, and America. This is done on an incomparably wider scale and in an incomparably subtler manner than other countries. The Soviet government has torn the veil of mystery from foreign policy in a revolutionary manner. Kautsky has not noticed this. He keeps silent about it. Although in the era of predatory wars and secret treaties for the division of spheres of influence, i.e., for the partition of the world among the capitalist bandits, this is of cardinal importance, for on it depends the question of peace, the life, and death of tens of millions of people. Take the structure of the state. Kautsky picks at all manners of trifles, down to the argument that the Soviet constitution elections are indirect, but he misses the point. He fails to see the class nature of the state apparatus, of the machinery of state. Under bourgeois democracy, the capitalists, by thousands of tricks, which are the more artful and effective, the more pure democracy is developed, drive the people away from administrative work, from freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, etc. The Soviet government is the first in the world, or strictly speaking, the second, because the Paris Commune began to do the same thing, to enlist the people, specifically exploited people, in the work of administration. The working people are barred from participation in bourgeois parliaments. They never decide important questions under bourgeois democracy, which are decided by the stock exchange and the banks, by thousands of obstacles. And the workers know and feel, see and realize perfectly well that the bourgeois parliaments are institutions alien to them, instruments for the oppression of the workers by the bourgeoisie, institutions of a hostile class of the exploiting minority. Are we reading a book? Yeah, we're reading a pamphlet from Vladimir Lenin. And he's posting. The Soviets are the direct organization of the working exploited people themselves, which helps them to organize and administer their own state in every way possible. And in this, it is the vanguard of the working exploited people, the urban proletariat, that enjoys the advantage of being best united by the large enterprises. It is easier for it than all others to elect and exercise control over those elected. A great example of this, just for an example, the ways that one thing that Soviet democracy did have, it did kind of exhibit the same sort of democratic like elections and structures, but there are absolutely issues in there could still be laws there could still be laws where basically in Soviet democracy, even if you had every 3-4 years you had an election, what they may do to allow you more active democratic participation is if you did not like your voted representative, you could have him withdrawn. As in, like, you could say, this guy is not listening to us here. We're not getting any assistance. There's no help. We want another politician. You could get another politician by doing this, right? This is just like one quick example of how they tried to view the inherent like damages surrounding liberal democracy and how they could expand on it, right? Even if you have a yearly election, you will always have the ability to pull back a representative that may not end up agreeing or doing the things that they campaigned on, right? No Fetterman. The Soviet form of organization automatically helps to unite all the working exploited people around their vanguard, the proletariat. The old bourgeois apparatus, the bureaucracy, the privileges of wealth, of bourgeois education, of social connections, etc. These real privileges are the more varied, the more highly bourgeois democracy is developed. Pardon me. All this disappears under the Soviet form of organization. Freedom of the press ceases to be hypocrisy because the printing plants and stocks of paper are taken away from the bourgeoisie. The same thing applies to the best buildings, the palaces, the mansions, and the manor houses. Soviet power took thousands upon thousands of these best buildings from the exploiters at one stroke, and in this way made the right of assembly, without which democracy is a fraud, a million times more democratic for the people. Indirect elections to non-local Soviets make it easier to hold a Congress of Soviets. They make the entire apparatus less costly, more flexible, more accessible to the workers and peasants at a time when life is seething. It is necessary to be able to very quickly recall one's local deputy or delegate him to a general Congress of Soviets. So yeah, he says it right there, right? Just as an example. What does indirect mean? Where does he say it? Oh, indirect elections to non-local Soviets make it easier. So this is a little bit of how their bureaucracy is set up. Honestly, it is a little difficult to talk about off the top of my head, but who has a great video on it is Noj Rants here. Let's see if he has just a brief highlight of it, of the overall state structure, because he does do a great job of showing it in a very digestible way. Here we go.
Provincial party.
We're a little zoomed out. Zoom me out, King. Hold on. I need this image, man. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is the problem with discussing the Soviet state versus the like the liberal state, right? So citizens of the USSR join the Communist Party. In each Communist Party, there are party cells, committees, and local organizations. They oversee the provincial and regional Soviet congresses. From there, the All-Union Congress of Soviets, which is federal, think of it more as like a federal kind of, approach, they approve the Central Executive Committee, who from there on also develops a committee for both nationalities and also for unions, right? This is the separate side of it. This is one side of it. Think of it more as like a union, I guess, is really a wide union kind of approach. The Congress of Soviets of the Republics, I guess this is more accurately more of a, this is more accurate to a federal structure, I guess. The more around the approval of, or the federal republics, which is further enhanced by the fact that you can see the Central Executive Committee is also the ones that looks after the Supreme Court of the USSR. Oh, this part's a little cut off at the top. Hold on. Here, let's just do this for now. So this is how it works. From 1924, I'm glad this is the Lenin Constitution, I believe. This is a very, and I mean very brief summary of how this shit works, okay? This is why it's a little hard to kind of discuss the more specific elements of its federal structure. But essentially, they are all tied together and united through the they are all essentially set up and united through their Soviet system, which is the party cells on a local individual level. And then from there are different branches you can go down depending on which nationality you are a part of. If you are part of a union in specific of a field, whether it be like metalworking or, for working in the mines or whatever. And then there is the general party structure towards the right. You can basically view it as a, from left to right, a union structure, a federal Republican structure, and then the party structure, right? Does that make sense? It is this complex because they do want you to engage with it, basically. Only somewhat. Okay, here's how I would put it. It is all checks and balances, basically. Yes, there are lots of layers of checks and balances. There are layers to the point where you could almost argue it's excessive. And I'm sure, I can't remember off the top of my head, but there are a lot of there are some uh there are some overcomplications that do get minimized later on as it develops. But this is kind of why I say it's kind of the prototype state, because this is the first time you have a full implementation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and its manifestation is shown through essentially its uh it's essentially shown through its party control, right? It's the key part here is you should see that the party is the defining factor for all of this, right? Were the people able to petition for seat changes for anyone in the chart, or only those they're connected to? Um, for recalling petitions or politicians, you would have to be doing it for your like local one. I think you could do it on a bigger scale, but I think those examples are less common. And I think they're more of like, you know, the exception as opposed to the norm, right? Um, but yes, like that is the root. That is the root of it all. All that to say, um, all of that to say, like, especially for 1920s Weimar Republic, you know, their shit didn't look anything like this at the time. So basically, like, when he's just saying that the Soviet elections are a lot more truly democratic, despite the fact that it is contrasting against his pure democracy, right? Kautsky's saying you do not have a wide net of parties that can participate or do democracy on a parliamentary level. Lenin's counter argument is no, there is democracy. There's more democracy involved for the people who are involved in it. But like, obviously this isn't democracy in the sense that Kautsky considers it. He's saying that if you view democracy purely as a party, like a defined by the party, you're going to end up I mean, it doesn't really mean anything, right? Like, he's saying that there's clearly democracy in this position, despite the lack of party structure, or despite the fact that it is a dictatorship. Who do they decide who got to be in party committees and such? Very, very dependent on local region. It's a lot more local than I think you'd. Again, right down here, party cells, committees, and local organizations are the ones that are looking after the provincial and regional Soviet congresses, right? So the local elections are the worker councils on these scales. So it is essentially like, it is a little more of, if you want to get into politics, you have more of a defined way of getting in and learning. But like, how you voted for them or who got on the pamphlet, I mean, it depends on the local organizations, right? I want to just remind you guys that a key part of, I mean, one key factor that does definitely contribute a lot to most of the issues facing early socialism is definitely the size of Russia, the size and like multiculturalism of Russia for, you know, doing these elections and doing democracy on this scale, right? Hence why they have a Presidium of Council of Nationalities over here, right? That's one reason why. It's it's very like it's very dependent on where the local region is at, right? It's more about, I guess, being involved in municipal politics in a way that we do not get today, right? Because again, even just to engage in the way that we talked about, it is like in Western liberal democracies, it's you need to put up money, right? In Russia, you needed the education or the charisma or something, right? At the end of the day. Um, Proletarian democracy is a million times more democratic than any bourgeois democracy. Soviet power is a million times more democratic than the most democratic bourgeois republic. To fail to see this, one must either deliberately serve the bourgeoisie or be politically as dead as a doornail, unable to see real life from behind the dusty pages of bourgeois books, be thoroughly imbued with bourgeois democratic prejudices, and thereby objectively convert oneself into a lackey of the bourgeoisie. To fail to see this, one must be incapable of presenting the question from the point of view of the oppressed classes. Is there a single country in the world, even among the most democratic bourgeois countries, in which the average rank and file worker, the average rank and file farm laborer, or village semi proletarian generally, i.e., the representative of the oppressed, of the overwhelming majority of the population, enjoys anything such as liberty of holding meetings in the best buildings, such liberty of using the largest printing plants and biggest stocks of paper to express his ideas and to defend his interess, such liberty of promoting men and women of his class to administer and to knock into shape the state as in Soviet Russia. It is ridiculous to think that Mr. Kotsky could find in any country even 1 out of 1,000 of well-informed workers or farm laborers who would have any doubt as to the reply. Instinctively, from hearing fragments of admission of the truth in the bourgeois press, the workers of the whole world sympathize with the Soviet Republic precisely because they regard it as a proletarian democracy, a democracy for the poor, and not a democracy for the rich, that every bourgeois democracy, even the best, actually is. We are governed, and our state is, quote, knocked into shape by bourgeois bureaucrats, by bourgeois members of parliament, by bourgeois judges. Such is the simple, obvious, and indisputable truth which tens of hundreds of millions of people belong to. The oppressed classes in all bourgeois countries, including the most democratic, know from their own experience, feel and realize every day. In Russia, however, the bureaucratic machine has been completely smashed, razed to the ground. The old judges have all been sent packing. The bourgeois parliament has been dispersed, and far more accessible representation have been given to the workers and peasants. Their Soviets have replaced the bureaucrats, or their Soviets have been put in the control of the bureaucrats, and their Soviets have been authorized to elect the judges. This fact alone is enough for all the oppressed classes to recognize that Soviet power, i.e., the present form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, is a million times more democratic than the most democratic bourgeois republic. I know. I was thinking I haven't heard dead as a doornail in a long time. Um Kotsky does not understand this truth, which is so clear and obvious to every worker, because he has forgotten, unlearned, to put to the question, democracy for which class? He argues from the point of view of pure, i.e., non-class question mark or above class question mark democracy. He argues like Shylock, my pound of flesh and nothing else. Equality for all citizens, otherwise there is no democracy. We must ask the learned Kautsky, the Marxist and socialist Kautsky, can there be equality between the exploited and the exploiters? It is dreadful. It is incredible that such a question should have been put in discussing a book written by the ideological leader of the Second International. But having put your hand to the plow, don't look back, and having undertaken to write about Kotsky, I must explain to the learned man where there could be no equality between the exploiter and the exploited. Real banger. Oh, this one actually explains the Dreyfus affair. In 1894, reactionary monarchist circles in France instituted proceedings against Dreyfus, a Jewish general staff officer, on a trumped-up charge of espionage and high treason. The trial of Dreyfus, who was sentenced to life in prison, served as a pretext for French reactionary circles to fan anti-Semitism and campaign against Republican order and democratic liberties. In 1898, socialist and progressive bourgeois Democrats, Émile Zola, Jean Jaurès, Anatole France, and others, started a campaign for a reconsideration of the Dreyfus case. This gave a political coloring to the matter, and the country split into two camps: Republicans and Democrats on one side, and the bloc of monarchists, clericals, anti-Semites, and nationalists on the other. In 1899, under pressure of a public opinion, Dreyfus was pardoned, and in 1906, the Court of Appeal acquitted him and reinstated him in the army. This refers to the suppression of the Irish Rebellion in 1916, an attempt at liberating the country from the British. In 1916, Lenin wrote, "In Europe, there was a rebellion in Ireland, which the freedom-loving, quotations, English, ellipses, suppressed by executions." I know, we'll save this one for tomorrow. Can there be equality between the exploited and the exploiter? We'll read that one tomorrow. Well, now that we're 3 hours in, what if we play some noita? You know, the last time I played this was March 25th, 2024. Hold on, I gotta change the resolution a little. Should I play this in full screen? Is that unsacred? I'm gonna do it. I'm crazy like that. Thank you for listening. I really appreciate it. Full screen noita is actually considered cheating? Really? Oh, fuck. Well, what do I do? Should I? Hold on. Oh, streamer mode is on. Okay, I'm a new gamer. Go ahead and keep playing cheater. People sad. Alright, I'll cheat. I'm finished. I'm in. I'm stuck. Alright, I'm in the mines. I don't know if you knew this, but noita in Finnish means like witch. Yes, I really appreciate that you guys ask questions about this stuff. I do. I'm not here to be like you're the dumb and I'm the smart one. I'm the smart. And if you ever come here and say, streamer, I think you're wrong, I'm gonna say you're wrong and I don't like you. Whoa. I don't think like that. Please ask me all the questions. You did that to me. I was teasing you. It was a little tease. Can't a white girl do a little teasing? Teasing for Lenin. Hee. Ah! Give perks to enemies. The learned cow. I am the learned cow. And I mean that in like a non-Kotsky way. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I think, like, I do really like doing stuff like that because that is a field I'm also good at. I'm not a huge... I mean, like, I'm great at explaining the historical disconnects, you know? Did you see the cow that uses tools? I did. We're not too different. Difficult to put all the pieces together. It's on purpose. So don't feel bad. I really want to like stress this. Like that is like kind of the point. Like there isn't really an education for stuff like that, right? I mean, there is, but it's like, you know, you wouldn't just stumble upon it. Unless you're like, I don't know, getting trained by like a trot organization for permanent revolution. What should I get? The freezing liquid potion. Give me the water. Hold on. Water. 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 Yeah. Like sometimes I've avoided the USSR because it feels like people are so eager to lie about it. I mean, I get it. Because they do have the weakness of like, again, the USSR was not perfect. I think the thing that a lot of people clash against is that it is this hopeful, like, it's supposed to be this hopeful future thing. And like, there's like blatant issues, right? And there are, like, but that's the thing. A lot of this proletarian democracy and proletarian like approach to history and the state is with the mindset of like growing and learning and like actually doing things and changing things, not just being like, well, we can't do it right now, wait 4 more years or something like that, right? All nearby solid ground. Oh, what is this? You know what's crazy? I haven't played enough of this game to know this, but like I may literally see like the water spirit that gave me nightmares as a kid. What is this? Polymorphine. Oh, it's RGB. But yeah, that is one reason why I never want you guys to... I want you guys to feel safe asking stuff in here. I do just tend to hate it because like there is a very consistent vibe. What happened to me? Did I do the firing my laser shit? Oh my god. I'm semi-perfect. I'm fat cell. Hold on. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. What is... Why do I fill... Why do I have like a water gun? Whoa. Hold on, I'm waiting for it to clear up, and I'm going. Come on, let me out. Why is coffee too hot to drink when you make it? That's life. Don't start doing the fucking plain songs. Shit joke into LOL. Twitchy. What do you mean? I'm not twitchy. Whoa, it's the red. Is this good red or is this bad red? Woo. Oh my god. It looks like fruit punch. Let's see. I'm mad now. I went in the red water that makes you mad. Hold on. Let me use water. You can eat stuff by holding down. Oh. Oh. Oh, the fellas. It's the fellas. Nemalutska. Yorska. Okay, hold on. I'm back. That was the warm-up. That was the warm-up. I'm back. I'm back. Hey, what a wonderful day to play or whatever. I'm ready this time. I talked about Lenin. I got my stuff in. You know, thoughts on Houston playing Illinois in the Sweet 16? I don't know who to root for. Here's a question for the sports fans. If both of you, if you're watching a game where you have no team, how do you choose which team to cheer for? Like if you're like none of these are my guys. How do you have what do you say to that? Excellent question. Thanks. I'm feeling smart today. Iconic. The storyline. Oh, the storyline. For me, it's if they have the black coach. Oh yeah, I have something. I have the streamer thing on, by the way. I never mentioned it. It's just picking random things. Come on, boom that. It's behind chat. Oh, that is a problem, isn't it? Can I move it? Is that an option? Hold on. No. Oh, here we go. There we go. It's on the left side. These goddamn fins. Oh shit, don't boom me. Hold on, what is this again? Did I just drink mud? Mr. Fire? This is the guy from Fantastic Four. I mean, I think that's a great question of how do you find a team to root for when it's two teams you usually don't root for and or know anything about. I think that's very valuable. Because I would basically just be like, I don't know. It really does depend. Sometimes it's just politics. Sometimes it's like, oh, I like their outfit. When the two chuds fight, I have to just be like, well, one of them at least has a better outfit than the other. I'm stuck. I hate... God damn. I hate Mr. Fire. Mr. Burn, or whatever. I'll usually support a northern football team over a southern one. Is this like hog-to-hog communication shit? Like, is this like, if they're from the south, they're hogs? Is that it? It's like the anime tournament arc when the two side characters fight and there's no story sake. Yeah. And that's the worst. Because it can either be the best, right? I mean, this is just like Rock Lee Gara, isn't it? Oh, I like the new poison wand. For you, also for you, one would be how much money / organization university makes. Wait, oh, that makes sense. Yeah. She would hate Duke in North Carolina. What's with all this oil? The American government when they invade the Middle East. Woot. I think I need to start getting more of the little monies. If it was Duke University, that'd be cool. Ah! This game's sticking with me a lot more than last time. But I guess I did last play it like... I mean, it was like right before I moved, I think. You did a Bernie voice for 40 minutes and ended the stream. Okay, but I was moving at the time. Hold on, drink that, champ. Drink that shit. You forgot to react to the Strive 2.0 and Jam trailer. Oh, is that been why I've had Strivers been coming in here today? It was about Jam? I forgot about that. It must have been scary to come in here and see me talking about politics when they just wanted to hear about Jam. Alright, what is this? Purchase glittering field, TNT. Luminous drill with timer. Chain bolt. Ooh, hold on. Horizontal barrier. Pollen. Teleport bolt. Chain bolt. What if I got the drill? I guess we can get that. Strive 2.0, more like totalitarianism 2.0. I hate that because it genuinely sounds like if you do not have any idea about any of the stuff I'm talking about, I definitely sound insane. I got Dressage as a little homunculus. I'm in the coal pits. How do I get out of here, champ? Hold on, do I have to move this fella in? Is that it? Or can I not put them in? Romola lost her touch when she got woken too political. I mean, there are definitely people who would think that today. Absolutely. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, good to know. Who are you? Is Romola the DEI hire for Northern Line content? I don't know what that means. I've literally heard that out of weirdos. What? That I went woke and political and lost touch? I mean... I'm good on that. Not woken up. Wake them up with this, lol. Neon. Romola abandoned by chuds. Yeah. It's sad, isn't it? I mean, it's not even that. Like, it's like I've already showed the Antifa Moomin shirt I was wearing when I won Evo. Like, it's not even new. All right, this time I cannot. I'm gonna swap my gun or my wand. What is this? Chaotic path. How do I look at my skills again? There we go. Okay. There we go. What is this? Perk reroll. No allowed. Jesus. Vomit near you evolves into helpful rat minions. Wait, I can puke and... I mean, that's ignoring the fact that I was basically just teaching people dialectics for theory, but that's besides the point. Whoa. Come on, die. Die, Mr. Freeze. Whoa, 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 water. I don't even know what I'm doing. Hold on, drink that. What's up, romantic cancel? There's like a subset of super young trans women that are generally like adverse to politics that benefit them because they're like, ooh, politics. I've seen a lot of them in the FGC. I mean, this is just like, I mean, I get it because it is like, how do I word this? There is a level that I think some trans people gotta reach. God damn it. There's a level that some trans people gotta reach. Progress one new. I don't even remember any of this. I have one word for that phenomena. I mean, there are a lot of white people who are just like, well, politics doesn't seem to affect me. I mean, it's like a weird... It is like the not understanding, like, political theory. And just thinking that, like, oh, like, if we just get rid of all these weird trans people, then, you know, everyone will be happy and, like, normal, and, like, we won't have to worry about stuff, right? That's the energy I always hear. Let's just say there's a reason why I'm not doing fighting game content anymore. Respectability politics. Yeah, like there's a lot of like younger kids who haven't been through politics enough to understand what it entails. Oh, look at my goes. I'm like go tanks. Yeah, like there's I wouldn't even say Blair White, but there are definitely like trans people who do not understand politics. Just see the like, oh, like people are like complaining about stuff. Like, why? Just don't complain. Just fix it. And then, you know, I'm just saying it'll get to them one day. I mean, I guess I don't even really know how you can avoid it right now, especially if you're, you know. I mean, it's more like, okay, let me explain this really quickly. There is a default, I think, for a lot of people that see politics and they tend to think like, oh, I don't think you need to really be involved in it. I think it's just like, it's just stuff that happens in the background. Who cares? And then they view things like, you know, Blair White as an extreme on one side, but maybe somebody else also advocating for trans rights on the other. And they'll view these things as the same. I mean, it's the horseshoe theory, right? But I think that tends to come from a place of insecurity and not understanding the world. I think it's being too young and maybe too white too. But I don't know. When I was a kid, even when I was like a teenager, I was like, oh, I want to learn everything I can. I want to study everything I can so I know exactly what I'm talking about. I think in the same way, there are people like that who are out there. There are people out there that get to the point where they see all the effort you have to do to read and learn, and they're just like, I'm out of here. Everyone's faking it. I might as well fake it too. And I can see how that's kind of appealing. But I mean, it's not cool to try anymore for a lot of these kids. That sounds like a boomer. That did sound hella boomer coded, but I understand what you mean. It's just being young and ignorant. I think there is a layer of like, you just have to let these kids fucking melt on their own. for sure. Not all students are that resistant to learning, but the worst students have absolutely radicalized me in the worst ways. Okay, this time, what's this? Sea of Acid. Heavy spread. Chainsaw? It's like Chainsaw Man. It's like Chainsaw Man. Hold on, Chainsaw Man. Streamer, thoughts on Chainsaw Man ending? I don't really have much. Oh, more love? I love that. Dude, I love these ghosts. You guys are doing great. Are you gonna buy a chainsaw? I don't think I should. Ooh. Oh, it's melee. Oh, this is sick. Unless you start doing the lumberjill thing. I mean, I could. Times are changing. Did you use chainsaws in your lumberjill days? I did. It was actually considered a little bit of a... I used a splitter, more specifically. I did have a chainsaw, but the most common use was a splitter. Like a portable splitter. I still cannot believe this part of Romola lore. Why? You think they wouldn't be so careless to let somebody like me in control of a buzzsaw? Is that what you think? Is that what you think? Hold on, keep going. Portable. It wasn't one of the connects back to a trailer? No, that was one of them. There were a few like that. There were a lot of splitters. I mean, those are like for smaller stuff. Truffle, no. I'm gonna buy this one. Or, sorry, this one. How does one go from lumberjill to anime localization? That's a great question. How I did this was hold on. Revenge Rats. Hold on, let me get the 2 perks. I knew somebody through the FGC that actually was one of the creators of Skullgirls, Brady Artel. And Brady needed someone who was familiar with anime to do some work, and I did such a good job. I got the job. Yes, Discotheque Brady. It's raining gold. But it's mostly that I knew him through the FGC. And by that time, I was just happy to have work where I just didn't have to leave home, much less like physical labor. What's an FGC? Forgotten Games Council. It's a part of my Soviet government. It's at the very top. I don't know what's happening. I'm seeing colors at too many rates. What is going on? Why? I don't deserve all this money. Was that sarcasm? It was. It was about fighting games. I'm sorry. Prickly spore pot. I want that. And a spiral arc because it's cool. Projectile eater. Glass cannon. Oh, what if I... Here. Hold on. No, no, no. I want to swap my stuff. How do I swap this? Can I not do it anymore? Grrr. Has she gotten herself in massive debt? No, no, no. Hi, GG this stream. I'm not in debt. Oh, I do the 3 to do the 1. What is this? Ah! Near. Dude, there's so much blood down here. Who's doing that? I didn't think that that was a bomb. I thought that was just like a cunty little statue. I thought that was a cunty little statue that was serving. Oh my god, dude. I don't know why we're saying numbers, but it's fun. In the bottom left, there's a vote for which which effect you'd like to cause. What is your spawn potion? I don't even know what that means. Whoa, I like this. Wait, I'm on fire. I don't like this. My spawn potion is this. What is this? It's oil, I think. I probably did some dumbass joke like, "Oh, I'm like an American imperialist power. Look at me, I'm after oil." No fucking reason to do that shit. Haha, good one. I know it's not. Well, now it's not funny because it was 2 years too early. Improv meal. Well, talks about politics. I don't know about politics. I think they call it politics. Improv me. Ramon talks about politics. Yeah, so like I don't know. Like trying to figure out politics is like really tough. I've never really got it too much, but here's what I would say is what I think about politics. It's like, I mean, you just like go elect someone like every like 5 years, and then I don't know, you just kind of hope they like know what they're doing. Because if they don't know what they're doing, then it's like, I don't know. What do you do? Like, it wouldn't be great if, I don't know. I feel like we should like do something. Like not like illegal, because I don't do that. Talk about politics into how it affects Strive 2.0. Yeah, I think that, like, when Lenin wrote that the renegade Kotsky makes Mr. Berenstain look like a common puppy, I think that's kind of like how revolutionary politics impacts this political strive scene. And they added Jan, but they didn't really show her panties. So there's going to be some class conflict in the Discord about this one. I hope that we can make a good compromise in the middle of everything. Because I don't know. I'm just kind of sick of the politics. It's like politics, am I right? I mean, it sounds like it when I say that. Politics. 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 I don't know. I've just never thought of... I've actually never voted once in my life. I just felt like saying that right now. You sound kind of like Dasha? I think it's kind of creepy how much fan service there is in fighting games. Yeah, it is like a weird thing, huh? I hope Damon Baby normalizes things around here. If you don't know who that is, I'm happy for you. I don't know who it is. Opening day is soon, streamer. What baseball team you rocking with? Is there such a thing as the Rockers? Like, what about if there was like the Randyville Rockers or something? Colorado Rockies. Do I like them or do I not like them? What is this? Ooh, it's a star. That's up to you. Aren't you supposed to like the Toronto Blue Jays? What? Whoa, frog? Excuse you? That was kind of brutal. You know, I'm really happy you told me about that, Claire, that there are trans people out there decrying politics. And I gotta be honest, I've never felt so reassured of my past decision making until now. Hold on, let me get the duplication. I mean, I don't find it that weird, but I will say it is very like young kid shit. It just reminds me I'm glad I'm not dealing with children anymore. Much less children in video games. What's this fella screaming about? Let's go. I saw him around a specific trans woman in Strive. Caught. I don't know. Rare footage of Moobot actually happening. People pog? People pog? That's so true. People... Oh my god. Minas... Oh, my slave. Yeah, I know, dude. This is honestly the most Finnish culture I've ever seen any human interact with in my life. Boot up some Pokemon Smash or pass when you die. I just gave a 3-hour lecture talking about Lenin and the dictatorship of the proletariat on the transitional socialist state. And you want me to play Pokemon Smash or pass? Alright. I'll do it. Spend a lot of time in spooky caves, did you? A little. It's what all good Marxists do. That's true. Lenin said, Pokemon Smash or pass. The proletariat no longer questions the smashing of the bureaucratic bourgeois apparatus, but instead the smashing and passing of Pokemon. Less kids in games is such a shame. No one for Jaywong. No one for Jaywong to harass from his desk chair. I stopped playing CSGO because a Peter Griffin impersonator kept yelling words at me that I'd never heard before. So there are some nice silver linings to it. Points race. M4. M4. Peter. 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 Hey, Peter. M4. Counter Carish win. I played CSGO once, and there was at least 2 bots in the voice chat reading Bible quotes. Oh my god. That's so funny to me. I mean, I love that. Come on, stop that. I'm missing every shot. That made me feel so old. Dark Ramola is giving 3-hour lectures on the Kingdom of Heaven in CSGO voice chat. Yeah. Folks, I'd like to talk to you about a whole new kind of dictatorship today. The dictatorship of Satan. And he is in control. Lord, he is in control. Have you seen those AI Jesus streams? No, I just remember the... What is it? The George Washington AI that they had on one of those conservative podcasts? You should boot up CSGO, CS2 while Shutterline is off duty. No, I'm not doing this shit. I have better things to do. I'm no longer in Northern Lion Shadow. If he boots up a reading of Lenin on stream, I'm just retiring. I don't need... No. Not me. I'm playing Noita. I heard he's coming back with hair. Shit. I thought about doing CS2 as my recommendation, but I was afraid it would crash and burn. I've decided I'm turning over a new leaf with this streamer shit. I've decided. I'm gonna go back and play all the birthday games. And I'm gonna like them. Pardon me. That Germa video changed my whole view. No, it did. It did. That Germa video changed my whole life. I was like, is this really me? And then I talked to my manager, and she was like, why do you think they always say that having a birthday stream by you is not a fate they would wish on their worst enemy? And I was just like, oh my god, what have I done? You know that means completing Jack 2? I just said I'd like it. I never said anything else. Calm down. I just said I'd like it. I'm gonna be a whole new streamer. I'm gonna play the old birthday games. It's gonna be your birthday, and I'm gonna be like, this game's great. Happy birthday. And you're gonna be like, yay, it's my birthday. Yay, it's my birthday. Yay, yay, my birthday. Pick up egg. Yay, it's my birthday. Yay, 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 it's my birthday. Yay, yay. But you already said you wouldn't play mine. Well, I take it back now. You can't unbirthday the game. Watch me. I will. Hold on. How do I want to boom this. What is that? Come on, boom that. Boom that. I don't think you have anything that can burn. Only my words. Another game with Twitch integration is Vermintide. I really like that game. I tried Vermintide 1, then I said to my friends, we gotta get Vermintide 2. It's on sale. And we all bought it, then we never played it. Tell me if you heard that one before. By the way, I just want to reiterate, never out of... I am that friend. I am that friend. I was like, we gotta get this. It'll be fun as fuck. And then I never asked to play it, ever. Probably my least favorite kind of person. Well, why are you calling me out? Why are you calling me out all of a sudden? Huh? If you were my friend, I'd cuss you out. I mean, I don't mean to. I'm just an ADHD lady, distracted. It's a very fun game. You should try it sometime. I should. If you ask people to get a game, you got to pull up or you perish. I perished. Who did you like in Vermintide? I don't even remember. I think I played the bow lady. Hold on, I need water. Water. Who did that? You would play her. I don't even remember. I just told you guys I stalled. I was like, please play this game with me. Then I never even booted it up. The whole time, You know what I remember saying? I was like, you know what? This game doesn't click with me as much. But if they made a 40K version, I'd love that. And then they made what is it, Dark Tide? And I played that for a month and I was like, yeah, it was good. I mean, it was good, but it needed updates. At the time. Hold on. Faster projectiles. Bombs materialized. Hold on, give me the slime blood. What should I... Here, hold on, let me get the rock. Get him. Get him. Rock him. Rock him. Rock him. Rocky. 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 Alright, dude. You're fucking me up. Who's ba 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 ba? Ba ba? If support my stream, please. Support the stream. I'm trying to stream more and you know, live life large. Who is this psychopath? Who are you? Get the green. Get greened. Yes, please. I don't want to play Strive. I'm begging you. Jam just released. And she looks like enough XP. Whoa. Oh my god. No, shoot. Shoot, motherfucker. Thank you. God damn it. Yeah. I'm gonna look at the smash. Oh my god, this is too much. This is too much. Are you for real? I will pay you money to make sure you don't play Strive. Okay, good. Friends do. You're forced to boot up Strive 2.0 and listen to a Strive player have existential crisis for 3 hours minimum. Yeah, I'm good. I've made a realization surrounding the therapy treatment in Strive, and I've come to the conclusion it is if like the game FAQs forums are like the government mandated friend group, I would say Strive is the government ran Big Brother unit. Like, you know, like the Big Brother kind of format for shows or for, I mean, just Big Brother systems in general. I don't know if those still exist. Is that still a thing? Like those places where it's like, oh, you just need you need like a teenager or something to talk to after school. Is that, yeah, like the charities. Yeah, like the charities. That's what Strive is. You're helping people through their current problems and they're not ready to talk to their parents. Big Brothers Big Sisters is a real Canadian thing. Also a weird name. Hold on, does this still exist? It is. Hold on. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It's in America too. We match young people facing adversity with trained adult mentors in one-on-one or group mentoring programs. Mentoring is an important way to give youth experience with these essential back and forth relationships, developing them into healthy young people able to deal with and overcome life's adversities. This is what being a Strive streamer is applying for. Wait, I died? Oh yeah, I did. I'm not playing that Pokemon Smash or Pass. That's too much work. I'm not filling that shit out. Give me the other website. I think I had one of those. He pissed me off, so I stopped talking to him. He pissed you off? I mean, they may not be great. I don't know anything about them. I just know they exist. There was a Big Brothers, Big Sisters place not too far from where I lived when I first moved to Canada. And my mom saw it and was like, she honestly just thought it was funny. And I don't even really know why. But she never elaborated on it. I just let my mom rock sometimes. She's, I don't know, she's thinking about money. You Leninists want everything spoon-fed to you. Yeah, I want a spoon-fed fucking democratic method here. She does have a unique sense of humor. I just don't question it. But whatever, that's how I am the way I am today. Yes, exactly. Hold on, I need this. Can I, how can I look at the map, is it tab? Yes. Okay. Boom this, my child. Whoa, 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 whoa! It didn't boom it. The fuck was that? I just became an extra in Space Jam. What the hell was that? My streamer is so good at this. Yeah, and I'm gonna get better. Boom. Boom. No, 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 no! That was bad. Okay, where am I at? I'm at pass. Is this for me? Yes, this is for me. I'm at 131. Lapras? I'll pass. Ditto? Pass. Pass. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Passing on Ditto is insane. I know Ditto can be anything, but I don't need, like, that's the problem. You guys, look at this. Ditto can be anything. I don't understand. Streamer, you can't be passing on Ditto. I don't want, you guys are saying I like Ditto for what Ditto can do for me. I'm thinking about it like, you know what? I want Ditto to be himself. I want Ditto to be Ditto. You guys want somebody else. You don't want Ditto. Don't bullshit me. And pass. Why are you talking like JFK? What? What the fuck do you mean? Why do you sound like JFK? Do not ask why Ditto wants to be fuckable for you. Ask why Ditto wants to be fuckable for Ditto. Kabutops. Aerodactyl. It's a dinosaur. Snorlax? I love Snorlax. I mean, I would cuddle with Snorlax. I love Snorlax. But like that? Yeah. Articuno. This is a legendary bird Pokemon that is said to appear to doomed people who are lost in icy mountains. I mean, I wouldn't want to be associated. Zapdos, a legendary bird Pokemon that is said to appear from the clouds while dropping enormous lightning bolts. No. Moltres, every flap of its wings creates a dazzling flash of flames. I don't like getting too hot. Dratini, long considered a mythical Pokemon until recently when a small colony was found living underwater. What? No. Dragonair has the ability to change climate conditions. That's a smash. Dragonite, an extremely rare seen marine Pokemon. Its intelligence is said to match that of humans. I'm just trying to talk about. I'm just seeing. Wait, why is there sign in with Twitch? Why is there a sign in with Twitch option in the top right? Dragonite looks like Barney. We can vote too? Really? Dragonair could learn about Lenin with you. That's true. Mewtwo. Mew. Chikorita. It is docile and loves to soak up the sun's rays. Get your data harvested to tie to what Pokemon you want to smash. It's Twitch integration spring? I guess that's a good way to think about it. Bayleaf. Somehow sniffing it makes you want to fight. I feel like that's not a great... Meganium. The aroma that arises from its petals contains a substance that calms aggressive feelings. So you can get stoned? Cyndaquil has a timid nature. If it is startled, the flames on its back burn more vigorously. Quilava. Typhlosion. Typhlosion has some, like... If there's ever a Pokemon that has a big dick, you gotta announce whether you're clicking smash or pass. I can't. Okay, I got this. Typhlosion, I like, because he has... I think this is the Pokemon equivalent to big dick energy. But I think that Typhlosion is just like... I like his little flame cape. Did you hear about his lore? What? No, I didn't. Romola, no. Typhlosion is canonically a serial sexual predator. I'm gonna pass. He's in the files. What? What? This is what? This is not really a joke. Okay, not really is... I'm moving on. Totodile. I'm passing. Croconaw. White people don't even fuck, marry, kill anymore. They Pokemon smash or pass. I know. I know. What do you want me to say, dude? What do you want me to say? Croconaw. There are always 48 fangs lining its mouth. I don't like that number. Pass. Fair alligator. When it bites with its massive and powerful jaws, it shakes its head and savagely tears its victim up. So it's like a crocodile, huh? Or I guess it's like an alligator. Pass. Sentret. A very cautious Pokemon. It raises itself by its tail to get a better view of surroundings. It's just cute. Furret! I love Furret. But I don't want to smash Furret. I love Furret. Hoot Hoot. It always stands on one foot. It changes feet so rapidly the movement can rarely be seen. I'm literally seeing it in the image. Pass. Knocked Owl. Its eyes are especially adapted. They concentrate even faint light, enable it to see in the dark. Pass. Lady Ba. It is very timid. It will be afraid to move it as alone, but it will be active in a group. Pass. Lydian. When the stars flicker in the night sky, it flutters about, scattering a glowing powder. Pass. Spinnerack. It lies still in the same pose for days in its web, waiting for its unsuspecting prey to wander close. It plays dead? It plays dead for days, and that's its appeal? I'm good. Pass. Arados. It spins strings not only from its rear, but also from its mouth. Okay, I'm passing. Crobat. It flies so silently. Nice fuck up. I see it. No! What'd I just do? Okay. It flies so silently through the dark on its four wings that it may not be noticed even when nearby. Pass. Chinchou. Chinchou blink their shining antennae at one another to claim their respective turf. Okay. I'm gonna pass. Lantern. I like this guy. What does it say? I can't read. The light it emits is so bright that it can illuminate the sea surface from a depth over 3 miles. God damn. I mean, that's impressive. Pichu. It is not yet skilled at storing electricity. It may send out a jolt if amused or startled. Pass. Cleffa. Cleffa. Because of its unusual star-like silhouette, people believe that it came here on a meteor. Pass. Igglybuff. Igglybuff. Igglybuff looks like they're on drugs. It has a very soft body. If it starts to roll, it will bounce all over and be impossible to stop. Pass. Togepi. Its shell seems to be filled with joy. It is said that it will share good luck when treated kindly. I like Togepi. But, pass. Togetic. They say that it will appear before kind-hearted, caring people and shower them with happiness. I haven't met one yet. Pass. Natu. Because its wings aren't yet fully grown, it has to hop to get around. It is always staring at something. Pass. Zatu. What is it? They say that it stays still and quiet because it's seeing both the past and the future at the same time. I like this. You're just like me. Smash. Marip. If static electricity builds in its body, its fleece doubles in volume. Touching it will shock you. Pass. Flaffy. As a result of storing too much electricity, it developed patches where even downy wool won't grow. I don't know what that means, so I'm gonna have to pass. Ampharos. The tail shines brightly and can be seen from far away. It acts as a beacon for lost people. Pass. Bell Blossom. Plentiful in the tropics. When it dances, its petal rubs together and makes a very pleasant sound. Plentiful in the tropics? I've never heard this from Pokemon. Pass. Muriel. The tip of its tail, which I can't read that, contains oil that is lighter than water, lets it swim without drowning. Pass. Azumarill. It lives in water virtually all day long. Its body color and pattern act as a camouflage that makes it tough for enemies to spot in water. Pass. Sudowoodo. Although it pretends to be a tree, its composition appears to be closer to a rock than a plant. I like you. Smash. Polytoad. Poliwag and Poliwhirl hear its echoing cry. They respond by gathering from far and wide. Pass. Hoppip. To keep from being blown away by the wind, they gather in clusters. They do enjoy gentle breezes, though. Pass. Skip bloom. The bloom on its head opens and closes as the temperature fluctuates up and down. No, that sounds no. Pass. Jump puff. Once it catches the wind, it deftly controls its cotton puff spores to float even around the world. Pass. Eye palm. Its tail is so powerful it can use it to grab a tree branch and hold itself up in the air. I like the face it has. It reminds me of. It's aspirational. Pass. Sunkern. It may drop out of the sky suddenly. If attacked by a sparrow, it will violently shake its leaves. Pass. Sunflora. Oh, I love this guy. It converts sunlight to energy. In the darkness after sunset, it closes its petals and becomes still. This guy knows how to have fun. Smash. Yanma. If it flats its wings really fast, it can generate shockwaves. They'll shatter windows in the area. Pass. Wooper. Pokemon lives in cold water. We'll leave the water to go search for food when it gets cold outside. Pass. Quagsire. A carefree Pokemon has an easygoing nature. While swimming, it always bumps into boat holes. Pass. Espion. It uses the fine air that covers its body to sense air currents and predict its enemies' actions. That sounds like pseudoscience. Pass. Umbreon. When agitated, this Pokemon protects itself by spraying poisonous sweat from its pores. Poisonous sweat from its pores? So when it gets angry, it starts sweating poison? Pass. Murkrow. Feared and loathed by many, it is believed to bring misfortune to all those who see it at night. Pass. Slowking. Has incredible intelligence. What? I can't read that. Whatever the situation, means calm and collected. I like you, Slowking. Smash. Miss Drevis. It likes playing mischievous tricks such as screaming and wailing to startle people at night. That's not mischievous tricks. That's not it at all. That's not mischievous. That's problematic. I don't think I like that. Pass. Unknown. Their shapes looks like hieroglyphs on ancient tablets. It is said that the two are somehow related. I like you, Unknown. I think just because something or someone's unknown doesn't mean I can't like them. Smash. Wobbuffet. It hates light and shock. If attacked, it inflates its body to pump up its counter-strike. I mean, I hate being shocked too. Smash. Girefierig. Its tail has a small brain of its own. Beware, if you get close, it may react to your scent and bite. Pass. Pinko. It likes to make its shell thicker by adding layers of tree bark. The additional weight doesn't bother it. Pass. You can make the unknown spell out Sax. Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah, I was thinking that. What'd you say it like? I'm good. His entire body is shielded by a steel hard shell. What lurks inside the armor is a total mystery. Pass. I don't like surprises. Dunsparce. When spotted, this Pokemon escapes backward by furiously boring its tail into the ground. Pass. Gligar. It flies straight at its target's face and clamps down the startled victim to inject poison. I don't like that. Pass. Steelix. It has thought its body transformed as a result of iron accumulating internally over swallowing soil. Really? That's sick. Smash. Snubbull. Although it looks frightening, it is actually kind and affectionate. It is very popular among women. I mean, who does not love a cold on the outside, warm on the inside fella? Smash. Granbull. It is actually timid and easily spooked. If attacked, it flails about to fend off its attacker. Smash. Quillfish. It inflates its body by drinking over 2.6 gallons of water all at once. Pass. Scissor. It has a steel hard body. Intimidates foes by upraising its eye pattern pincers. Scissor's kind of hot. Can we say that? Is Scissor hot? I think Scissor is hot. Look at the hip movement. Yeah. Smash. Shuckle. The berries it stores in its vase-like shell decompose and become a gooey liquid. That's gross. Pass. Heracross is usually docile, but if it is deserved while sipping honey, it chases off the intruder with its horn. Only if it's while sipping honey. Pass. I don't like one tricks. Sneasel. Its paws conceal sharp claws. If attacked, it suddenly extends the claws and startles its enemy. Pass. Teddy Ursa. I love Teddy Ursa. I love Teddy Ursa so much. Hey, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, anonymous gifter. I really appreciate it. I love Teddy Ursa. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to be on my streamer shit. I'm not smashing Teddy Ursa. I love Teddy Ursa. Ursa Ring. Although it is a good climber, it prefers to snap trees with its forelegs and eat fallen berries. Pass. Slugma. It never sleeps. It has to keep moving because if it stopped, its magma body would cool and harden. That sounds awful. Pass. Magcargo. The shell on its back is just skin that is cooled and hardened. It breaks easily with a slight touch. Fuck no. Pass. Swinib. It rubs its snout on the ground to find and dig up food. It sometimes discovers hot springs. Pass. Philoswine. Because the long hair all over its body obscures its sight, it just keeps charging repeatedly. I like that. Smash. Corsola. It constantly sheds and grows. At the tip of its head is prized as a treasure for its beauty. That's demonic. Pass. Remoraid. It can shoot. The water it shoots out can strike even moving prey from more than 300 feet. Jesus. Pass. Octillery. It traps enemies with its suction cup tentacles and smashes them with a rock hard head. I'm out. Pass. Delibird. I like Delibird. Smash. I didn't even read it, but Delibird just sounds like a good friend. Mantine. As it majestically swims, it doesn't care if Remoraid attached to it for scavenging its leftovers. Pass. Skarmory. Its sturdy wings look heavy, but they are actually hollow and light, allowing it to fly freely in the sky. Pass. Houndor. It uses different kinds of cries for communicating with others of its kind and for pursuing its prey. Pass. Houndoom. If you are burned by the flames it shoots from its mouth, the pain will never go away. What? Pass. Kingdra. It is said that it usually hides in underwater caves and create whirlpools by yawning. I'm out. Fonpy. It swings its long snout around playfully, but because it is so strong, that can be dangerous. Pass. Donphan. It has a sharp head, hard tusks, and a rugged hide. Its tackle is strong enough to knock down a horse. Pass. Porygon 2. The upgraded version of Porygon is designed for space exploration. Wait, they literally made a Porygon 2? Pass. Stantler. The curved antlers subtly change the flow of air to create a strange space where reality is distorted. This sounds like my stream. Pass. Smeargle. A special fluid oozes from the tip of its tail. It paints the fluid everywhere to mark its territory. Pass. Gross. Tyrogue. It is always bursting with energy. To make itself stronger, it keeps on fighting even if it loses. Smash. I love that about it. What was that? What was that? Now I got Pokemon Pokey Smash XYZ blaming me. It judged me. Baby Pokemon. If you become enchanted by its smooth, elegant dance-like kicks, you might get drilled hard. Pass. Smoochum. I can't read that. Are the most sensitive parts on its body. It always uses its lips first to examine things. Pass. Kid. It rotates its arms to generate electricity, but it tires easily, so it can only charge a little bit. Pass. Magby. Tyroga is one of the baby Pokemon? Oh, I see. Please tell me you're not on the island. No, dude. I don't... Look, I just read it likes learning from its mistakes. And I was like, haven't heard that one before. Magby. Each and every time it inhales and exhales, hot embers dribble out of its mouth and nostrils. I'm good. Pass. Miltank. Its milk is packed with nutrition, making it the ultimate beverage for the sick or weary. No, pass. Blissey. Anyone who takes even one bite of Blissey's egg can... You have to consider the designs when making these choices. Dude, okay. Look. I'm already going out of my my comfort zone doing something like this. I can't. You got to meet me halfway here. I'm going. I read the description, I'm going. Anyone who takes even one bite of Blissey's eggs becomes unfailingly caring and pleasant to everybody. Smash. The rain clouds it carries lets it fire thunderbolts at will. They descended with lightning. No, pass. Entei. Volcanoes erupt when it barks, unable to restrain its extreme power. No, I'm out. Pass. It races around the world to purify fouled water. It dashes away with the north wind. Pass. Wait. It races around the world to purify fouled water. What does that mean? Bad water. Okay, I'll smash it. Larvitar. It feeds on soil after it has eaten a large mountain. It will fall asleep so it can grow. Pass. Pupitar. Its shell is as hard as sheet rock. It is very strong. Its thrashing can topple a mountain. Pass. Tyranitar. Its body can't be harmed by any sort of attack, so it is very eager to make challenges against enemies. I like Tyranitar. Lugia. It is said that it quietly spends its time deep at the bottom of the sea because its powers are too strong. I don't like that. Pass. Ho-Oh. Legends claim this Pokemon flies the world skies continuously on its magnificent 7-colored wings. Pass. Celebi. This Pokemon wanders across time. Grass and trees flourish in the forests in which it has appeared. Pass. Trico. Trico has small hooks on the bottom of its feet that enables it to scale vertical walls. This Pokemon attacks by slamming foes with its thick tail. Pass. Gravile. Gravile. The leaves growing out of Gravile's body are convenient for camouflaging it from enemies in the forest. This Pokemon is a master at climbing trees and jungles. Pass. Sceptile. The leaves growing on Sceptile's body are very sharp-edged. This Pokemon is very agile. It leaps all over the branches of trees and jumps on its foes from above or behind. Pass. Torchic. Torchic sticks with its trainer, falling behind with unsteady steps. This Pokemon breathes fire of over 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, including fireballs that leave a foe scorched black. Pass. Combuskin. Combuskin toughens up its legs and thighs by running through fields and mountains. This Pokemon legs possess both speed and power, enabling it to dole out 10 kicks in 1 second. 10 kicks in 1 second? Jesus. Pass. Blaziken. In battle, Blaziken blows out intense flames from its wrists and attacks foes courageously. The stronger the foe, the more intensely this Pokemon's wrist burns. I like Blaziken. Mudkip. The fin on Mudkip's head acts as a highly sensitive radar. Using this fin to sense movements of water and air, this Pokemon can determine what is taking place around it with it using its eyes. Pass. Marshtomp. Surface of Marshtomp's body is enveloped by a thin, sickly film that enables it to live on land. This Pokemon plays in mud on beaches when the ocean tide is low. Pass. Swampert. Swampert is very strong. It has enough power to easily drag a boulder by weighing more than a ton. This Pokemon also has powerful vision. Pass. Poochiena. Poochiena takes a bite at anything that moves. This Pokemon chases after prey until the victim becomes exhausted. It's cute. Cute dog. Mightyena gives obvious signals when it is preparing to attack. It starts to growl deeply, then flattens its body. This Pokemon will bite savagely with its sharply pointed fangs. Pass. Zigzagoon. I love Zigzagoon. Zigzagoon restlessly wanders everywhere at all times. This Pokemon does so because of its... It is very curious. It becomes interested in anything that it happens to see. This sounds like Rocket. Pass. Oh. Linoon always runs full speed and only in straight lines. If facing an obstacle, it makes a right-angled turn to evade it. This Pokemon is very challenged by gently curving roads. Pass. You have a crazy talent for getting the stress placement on Pokemon names wrong. That's because I'm from Finland. And if I don't know something, I default to Finnish pronunciation. Vernpole. Using the spikes on its rear end, the Vernpole peels the bark of trees and feeds the sap that oozes out. This Pokemon's feet are tipped with suction pads that allow it to cling to glass without slipping. Oh yeah, I did see a Sansei Vorthog. I did see that. I saw you guys posted it in chat. I'm not kidding. That's ESL block number 1. Yeah, I did see that. Silcoon. Silcoon tethers itself to a tree. This Pokemon hangs quietly when it awaits evolution. It appears out of the silk cocoon through a small hole pass. Beautifly. Beautifly's favorite food is the sweet pollen of flowers. If you want to see this Pokemon, just leave a potted flower by an open window. Beautifly is sure to come looking for pollen. Pass. Cascoon. Cascoon, wait, I thought I already saw you. Cascoon makes its protective cocoon by wrapping its body entirely with a fine silk from its mouth. Once the silk goes around its body, it hardens. This Pokemon prepares for its evolution inside the cocoon. Dustox. Alright, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. You got enough today. Good work today, boss. Thanks. Look. You have an evil potion. Be careful. Really? What is this? All right. Woo. No, not Mr. Slime poison. All right. Gotta listen to Sajam yap about Strive. Peace out, Saboteur. Have a fun, Strive-filled time. Ah! Summoning Shielding Ghost. Oh, thanks. I need you to keep booming. Okay. Strive went woe. Can't even see James' panties anymore. You know, back when the Exerd players were playing Exerd, people loved joking that that's what people would care about. when like Jam got in another game. So I'm glad to hear that it is absolutely true. Yeah, wasn't that a meme? It was. Because her panties changed with every day of the week. And then there was like a special, like if you played Strat or Exerd on say March 3rd or April 4th or like May 5th, right? There were special panties for that day. And everyone was just like, wow, who really cares? She changed her underwear, yes. It really elevated gameplay experience. It did. Tell these MFs to post a BNB or shut up. It's not even post a BNB anymore. It's just like... I'm going to say something kind of controversial. I think that the scrub mentality is a lot wider than a lot of people think, right? Not saying that the average person is worse than they may think, but more that like a lot of people don't really get taught how to learn in general. And there are a lot of cases where sometimes even just having the right top player for a character is more defining for it's more defining for how far they get, you know? +2. Thanks. I'll be here all week. I will give you guys a bit of a promise. If they add Miguel to Tekken 8, I will try the game. The only game I have a little bit of interest in is Tekken. Hopefully they never add him then. I mean, they probably won't. I don't think they'll add him. When's the competitive Romola Smash Bros arc? I was just talking about how I'm glad I don't have to deal with children anymore. She likes it more now that everyone hates it. That's not true. I just mean by then, it'll be somebody else's problem. If you play Melee, it's exclusively 30s plus. That's not always true, though. That's like, you'll have people who played since they were kids, and then you'll have, like, literal 16-year-old kids playing. And I'm not interested in the Smash scene. God damn it. Don't fire me. Hold on. Do something to this. Only Smash the streamer wants is Pokemon Smash or Pass. I don't even like that. That one's sleepy time. What's your favorite Pokemon? I don't know. Digimon? I could do Digimon. There are a lot of... I mean, we've all seen Digimon designs. when I was a kid, people were not longing for the Pokemon Smash and Pass. What is it, Renamon? Was it Renamon everyone thirsted after? Renamon? What is this? The yellow fox one, yes. What is that? Oh, it's booming. Interesting. It's booming. Interesting. Interesting. I'd like a smashing of the state apparatus. Me too. That's why we're teaching these kids socialism instead of, you know, I don't know, something they probably need right now. Well, I guess you need political education right now too, huh? Well, whatever. God damn it. Hold on. Let me see. What are the news? What's the news like? What's Trump up to? How about that? Let's go look. How about let me look at the politics real quick. Let's see. Hold on. This is awesome. Trump turns to Patel after Stephen Miller praises him for 5 minutes and says, "So Cash, see if you can top that. That's a tough one, Cash." That is tough, Patel replies. Then he starts praising him too. Hold on, I need to see this.
So Cash, see if you can top that. I don't know. That's a tough one, Cash.
What is this setup?
You know, Mr. President, as I look around this venue, I see, and I'm reminded again, why we have the greatest warriors on God's green earth, the men and women serving in uniform, the men and women serving and wearing the badge, and law enforcement, our police, our sheriffs around the state of Tennessee. I'm reminded that Americans exist to protect this country day in and day out, and they've done it like we've done it here. But what we didn't have was you. We didn't have a commander-in-chief who backed the blue, who resourced the blue, who funded the military, who did whatever it takes to safeguard every single life. And here in Memphis, Tennessee, you have put on a show for the world. You have allowed us to go out there and capture gangbangers, rapists, murderers, drug dealers at record historic levels. And for me, a first-generation Indian-American kid whose parents fled a genocide in East Africa to become the 9th director of the FBI, I'm living the wildest dream you could possibly imagine, sir. But it's...
Dude. Did I just watch, like, if you suck my dick, I'll suck yours on TV? Is that what this was? This is like show me yours, show me mine, parentheses politics. You know, one thing I do enjoy a lot about being on Blue Sky 4 that I've realized now is always the lib posts in the comments, because there are so many lib posts down here. This is beyond parody at this point. Pedo Enthusiast Convention. Focus, this image of Cash Patel. Like, look at this. There's a tag. There's a watermark tag on this one. Oh, the crying emoji, PNG. Let's go. And that is Trump derangement syndrome in action. JFC. JFC would be very angry at the Mango Menace for trying to steal his kingdom and subjects. And it shows a quote from the Bible. But those mine enemies who would not that I should reign over them, bring them hither and slay them before me. This is the kind of crap when you have a king commission a translation from a bad translation, from a poor copy of an original that was translated into Greek. Luke started out misrepresenting how Rome took its census like everyone else. They counted people where they lived. No kings, no subjects. Oh shit! This is awesome. However, political parties may now and then answer popular ends. They are likely, in the course of time and things, to become potent engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and to usurp themselves the reins of government, destroying afterwards the very engines which have lifted them to unjust dominion. Wow, this seems connected to something I was reading earlier. Establishment clause. No government can designate a religion as the official state religion. No government can force people to engage in religious exercise or to profess religious beliefs. Washington's correct, but I doubt he expected a population of hundreds of millions. The establishment of political parties seems almost inevitable because it's so damn hard to get anyone on a ballot, much less elected without organization. I don't have a solution. IMO, campaign finance is the key. North Korea level shit. What is this? That feels gross to see. What is going on in here? What is going on? Okay. We need a pic of Trump's entire Pyongyang cabinet dressed like the North Korean propaganda lady in pink. How about these? They come with interchangeable heads. This is the most limp shit I've seen in so long. I'm actually having like a visceral reaction to this. Which of you shall we say doth love us most? That we our largest bounty makes then. FFS, he's turned the White House into King Lear's court. Hashtag Trump out. Oh, this is brilliant, GIF. God damn, he is such a loser. They're all such losers. I can't look. The secondhand embarrassment is overwhelming. Cringing so hard I'm wearing my asshole as a hat. Oh my god. I mean, look, you're gonna get shit like this no matter what. This is why I just talk about we gotta read the literature. You know what we gotta read? You know what we gotta read? Can there be equality between the exploited and the exploiter? That's what we need to ask. That's what we need to ask. Well, how about we'll talk about this more tomorrow? It's been 5 hours. Time flies when you're having fun. Am I right, folks? Thanks a lot for hanging out. I know I played the game for like an hour, but I did click with this noita run more. I actually will be playing this again. Probably not for a while though. Great Pokemon Smash or pass today's streamer. Thanks, people happy. I'm gonna send you guys over to Sajam. Go watch Sajam. I'll be back tomorrow, same time as always. Thanks a lot for hanging out. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you again so much for all the subs and follows. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for all the subs that was gifted today. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks for all the follows. I will be back tomorrow, same time, and I'll see you guys then. Peace out.